is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Ohio.
It has been, as you can see, an overcast day here in Pittsburgh as the Reds and the Pirates wrap up this series. We thought we may get some rain, but right now, keeping our fingers crossed that all will be clear, and the Reds and the Pirates can wrap it up here on Fox Sports Ohio on this Thursday afternoon. And hi, and a pleasant good afternoon, and welcome to Reds Baseball. Jim Couch along with Chris Welsh. Well, the Reds were a winner last night. They won the first game of this series here on Tuesday. A couple of long nights at the ballpark. But, Chris, with those wins, they have an opportunity this afternoon to put the finishing touches on a very good road trip.
Well, anytime you win a road trip in a series like they did in Milwaukee, it's a good thing. Then you have a chance of actually a sweep here in Pittsburgh. And you see what they've done at Milwaukee, 2-1. They won the first two here. The offense is really carrying them, averaging almost 8 runs a ball game. They've hit 5 home runs, extra base hits. Billy Hamilton running all over the base paths. It's been a really good series to watch here. But you're hoping today that Homer Bailey can buckle down and take the pitching under control and see what he can do from that respect.
All right, let's take a look at the pitching matchup. Homer Bailey for the Reds and Jeff Locke, a young man who was an all-star last year, but has spent most of the first half of this year, Chris, in the minor leagues.
Well, Homer's been putting the wins on the board. He's got 7 of them so far now. Against the Pirates' lifetime, he's very good, especially here at PNC Park. But ever since he twirled that no-no against him, he has not pitched all that well against the Pirates overall. Jeff Locke, a left-hander, just called up a few starts ago from the minor leagues. Not overpowering. He's got a really good changeup. Key for him is getting that fastball called inside for a strike early in the ball game. If that's the case, Reds will have a tough day. Otherwise, they can sit back and let their bats do the talking.
Well, all right. The Reds have won the first 2. They go for their first sweep of this 2014 season here this afternoon. If they can get it done, going home above the 500 mark.
Three-game series coming up on Fox Sports Ohio. I'm Jim Day. The Reds can complete their first sweep of the season today, and with that, they would go home one game above 500. Jay Bruce says that would be rather large.
Getting back to 500 is something that we've, kind of looked at as a stepping stone in the right direction, obviously, because you have to go through there to get where you're going. But we've been playing better, and that's a big, key for us as far as, playing consistent baseball and taking advantage of opportunities that we hadn't early in the season.
Matt Latos is ready for the game, and I hope Jim Kelch and Chris Welsh are. Boys, up to you.
Jim, you're not ready for the game unless Matt is ready for the game, bothering you down in the dugout, right?
This is correct. I'm, getting used to it, as you can see. I just got to talk right through it.
Doesn't look like you're getting used to it.
Well, you got to try to stay focused.
All right, well, let's pay attention to now what's going down on the field as Jeff Locke, the left-hander, finishes his warm-up tosses. We'll take a look at the lineup presented today by Reds manager Brian Price and brought to you by Meyer. Billy Hamilton, how about the job that he's been doing at the top of the order? Frazier and Votto, the top three. Phillips, Bruce, and Mesoraco in the middle. Chris Heisey, a late addition to the lineup, will play left field. Zach Cozart, over 300 in his last 10 games, bats 8. Homer Bailey on the mound for the Reds. On the mound for the Pirates, 26-year-old youngster out of New Hampshire, Jeff Locke.
Well, pretty good record against the Reds overall. Only 3 games. He came up from the minor leagues. He was an all-star last year, but he really fell into some tough times towards the end of the season. What he has done this year, though, has been very good for the Pirates. Look at the strikeouts and the number of walks. 17 strikeouts, 1 walk in his 20 innings as a Pirate pitcher, and they need him very badly. This bullpen is somewhat beat up. They need Jeff Locke to go deep into a ball game. Like he did his last time out. He pitched 8 innings of 2-run baseball against the Miami team, but the Marlins ended up tying that game. They lost it in 13 innings, the Pirates did, so Locke's effort went to naught. So hopefully the Reds will be able to figure out this left-hander early on.
Billy Hamilton, who has been on a real tear as of late, 3 straight 3-hit games, 4 straight multi-hit games, comes in at 278, a season high for him. Leads things off here in Pittsburgh. .74 degrees game time temperature here at PNC Park in Pittsburgh. Hamilton has been hitting much better from the left side. In fact, he's over 300 from the left side now, but under 200 hitting from the right side as he stands in there to get this one started. He's going to hit one into left field. That's going to be a base hit for Billy. He's going to turn the corner without slowing down. He is going to get into second standing with a leadoff double. Billy Hamilton, our steal performer of the day, our power tool performer. Billy Hamilton now with a 6-game hitting streak, and the way he's been hitting lately doesn't matter right-handed, left-handed.
Well, he's having things fall in for him right now, and you've got to ride a streak like this as long as you can. But if you're Jeff Locke on the mound, your #1 priority in the first inning is to retire Billy Hamilton. Now he's got to worry about him stealing third, getting over to third base, easy RBI situation for the guys to follow. A lot of things go on in a pitcher's mind with Hamilton on base.
11th double of the year for Billy Hamilton. On the road trip now, he is over 500, 13 hits in 25 at-bats for Billy Hamilton. He's the spark plug at the top of the order that this team has been hoping he would be as we play in today's game, the 71st of the year. Now it's Frazier at 273 with a team leading 16 home runs. 41 runs batted in. Did pick up an RBI in the 9th inning on a ground out last night.
Well, Frazier's job, of course, is to hit the ball to the right side. Jeff Locke likes to pitch right-handers inside with that fastball, and that's difficult for a right-hander to hit it the other way. In fact, they still play Todd Frazier to pull.
Decent amount of success, Frazier, against this 26-year-old Jeff Locke. 4 hits, 9 at-bats, including a home run. This was the situation 2 nights ago when Frazier was up when Hamilton led off the game with a double that he tried to bunt yesterday. Brian Price said he tried to bunt on his own. His job here is to get the runner over. How he does it is really up to him.
Well, the thing about having Todd Frazier up there, and as hot as he is, if he bunts, he can get the runner over, but he's not going to drive him in. He might, however, have a chance of driving him in and getting him over at the same time with a base hit and putting himself on base. So when you're in control of a series and you want to kind of keep the pressure on, you go ahead and swing away in a situation like this. And of course, now that there's 2 strikes, it's all moot about the possibility of a bunt.
Locke making his 4th start with the Pirates this year. Still looking for his first win, in ERA just under 4. Now he goes full to Frazier. He's part of the changeover that this Pirate team has had to make due to injuries in their rotation. We mentioned on Tuesday that Francisco Liriano still on the disabled list. Garrett Coley threw a simulated game here yesterday, still on the Pirate DL. Wandy Rodriguez no longer a part of this Pirate organization. That will not move the runner up as Frazier breaks the bat and rolls out third to first.
Well, you've got to give some credit to Jeff Locke because he never really gave in that at bat to Todd Frazier. He kept throwing him fastballs in, finally got him on a changeup, figuring that Frazier couldn't possibly wait long enough to get that ball to the right side. Todd breaks his bat, rolls over to the third baseman, and in that bat that he'd probably like to have bat.
So now a chance for Joey Votto. Votto comes into the game at 274, 6 home runs. He's driven in 19. No RBIs for him last night. Votto struck out in the 9th inning against Travis Snyder. That seemed to be a little bit of the talk of the Pirate clubhouse from Snyder after the game. Wondering if he might be able to get Votto to autograph the baseball that he struck him out on.
It's a good thought. He may want to wait a couple of days for a cooling off period. I don't think any position player wants to strike out facing another position player.
Billy trying to steal third, and he'll get it easily. A head first slide, the 29th of the year for Billy Hamilton, giving the Reds an opportunity with a runner at third base and less than 2 out.
Just another Billy Hamilton effect. When the batter that is supposed to get him over does not get him over, Billy takes it into his own hands and picks up a stolen base right there. Running to third base off a left-hander a little bit easier than a right-hander, and didn't even get a throw from the catcher.
Hamilton trying to become, and it's really a moot point, he gets his 29th stolen base of the year, as I mentioned in the 71st game, trying to become the first Reds rookie with 30 steals in a year since Chris Sabo back in 1988 when he stole 46. Billy could be at 46 before the All-Star break. Stole 3 here on Tuesday night. In the air to center. This will get the run home. McCutchen settles under it. Hamilton will tag and score. McCutchen with a big rainbow throw to the plate. RBI for Joey Votto, his 20th of the year, and the Reds score in the first inning. That marks the 6th time, actually the 5th time in the last 6 games that the Reds have scored in the first inning. 1-0 Reds as we take a look at the Pirates defensive alignment, brought to you by your Ford dealers. Their outfield includes Marte, McCutchen, and Polanco left to right. Alvarez and Barmes on the left side of the infield. Harrison and Sanchez on the right side. Jeff Locke throws to Chris Stewart. So they have Gabby Sanchez in there today, Chris Stewart in there today, Clint Barmes in there today, all making their first starts of this series. Here's Phillips now, another one who's swinging a very hot bat for the Reds. Comes in at 281 on the year, 9 for 22 on this road trip. He'll be thrown out by Josh Harrison, but a productive top of the first for the Reds. Homer Bailey will go to the mound with a lead of 1-0 after 1/2 inning. Sports Ohio is brought to you by your local Ford dealer. Ford, go further. By Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com. By AT&T, mobilizing your world. And by Skyline Chili, feeling good. It's Skyline time. Reds get on the board in the first inning here in Pittsburgh, looking for a sweep in this ballpark for the first time since May of 2010. Take a look at the Pirates lineup put forth by Clint Hurdle, their manager. Brought to you by Meyer, Gregory Polanco, Starling Marte, and Andrew McCutcheon at the top. Gabby Sanchez, first start of the series in the cleanup spot. Then Josh Harrison and Pedro Alvarez. Clint Barmas, Chris Stewart, Jeff Locke bats ninth against the right-hander Homer Bailey.
Well, Homer Bailey must have great memories when he walks into this ballpark. PNC, of course, the spot where he authored that no-hitter back in September of 2012. 5-1 lifetime against this Pirates team here in Pittsburgh.
Interesting number, though, Chris, that you brought up in the open about how well he has pitched over here in this ballpark, but how he has fared against the Pirates since the no-hitter.
Yeah, a little bit of a letdown, I think, especially back going to this year, back in April, when he gave up 5 home runs in an outing against the Pirates.
That was back on the 14th of April.
But in this ballpark, he has thrown 3 complete games out of those 5 wins. So you know, he's a guy that probably gets a little extra rush of confidence when he stands on the mound and looks at his surroundings here at PNC Park.
He gets Gregory Polanco to lead things off. Quickly gets ahead of him, 2 strikes. Polanco kept his hitting streak alive with a RBI single to center in the 5th inning last night. He's hitting all 8 games in which he has played. 385 average with a homer. He's driven in 6. First time, of course, that Polanco would have faced Homer Bailey, making start number 15. Had a stretch of 4 straight quality starts. 7 of 8 quality starts ended his last time out in that contest at Milwaukee, and despite not having a quality outing, the Reds did win that game 6-5. He has not lost since he lost at Philadelphia on the 17th of May, a month ago. Polanco will try Phillips. Brandon to his left makes the play. Look at Polanco sprinting down that line, almost beat that out.
Well, they told me when I was watching Gregory Polanco take batting practice, say you ought to see this kid get down the line and run the bases. Now, he's not the kind of burst of speed that Billy Hamilton has, but he's got very long, quick strides, and I imagine going from first to third or from home to second, he can really eat up some real estate. And he makes this play a lot closer than I think Brandon Phillips even thought it would be.
You can see right there those long strides you're talking about. He really ate up some real estate in a hurry. He's retired. Here's Starling Marte, the left fielder. Outfield plays him straight away. Frazier is in on the grass at third. Marte, a single in the first inning last night, kept his hitting streak alive. He's now at 9 games. 264 overall with 5 long ones, driven in 25. Reds won here on Tuesday night in a game 6 minutes shy of a 4-hour contest, 6-5. Won last night with an hour and 15-minute rain delay in the 7th inning, 11-4. Trying to get this one today. Go home with a little momentum as they switch to interleague play tomorrow night at Great American against the Toronto Blue Jays. Toronto lost last night. They still own a 2.5 game lead over the Yankees in the East. They've lost 2 in a row, 7 of the last 10. Swing and a miss, and Marte a strikeout victim, out number 2. Take a look at the Reds defensively, brought to you by your Ford dealers. Late addition to the lineup is Chris Heisey out in left field. Hamilton in center, Bruce in right. Frazier, Cozart, Phillips and Votto third to first. Bailey throws to Mesoraco. Ludwig was in the original starting lineup, but he was scratched. Back tightness. And so scratched from the lineup is Ryan Ludwig, and Heisey gets his first start of this series. And really for Chris, his first start of the road trip. 2 out for McCutchen. Taken out of the game in the middle of the contest last night. He was 0 for 3. Saw his 12-game hitting streak come to an end. McCutchen having a terrific month of June. Leads all National League hitters with a .352 average so far this month. Overall, he is 4th in the league in hitting at .321. Homer looking for the 1-2-3 first.
Homer's got a good slider working today. He's already shown that against Marte and Gregory Polanco. There is again.
He gets McCutchen. Couple of strikeouts in the inning. 0 on the board for the Pirates in the bottom of the first. Elk and Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. How about the Reds against the National League Central Division? Chris was talking about this last night. The Reds have done very well against the Pirates and the Brewers combined 12-4. Over 500 against the Cubs, a team they'll see in the not-too-distant future. It's only that mark against the Cardinals that has kept that thing from being even better. The National League's best record in intra-divisional play, held by the Reds. Our Elk and Elk storylines. Bruce leads it off here against Jeff Locke in the top of the second. Jay last night hitting 4 trips plus a walk. Hitting .215 with 5 home runs. He's driven in 21. It's a charge into this ball, but foul down the right field line. Jay to be followed by Mesoraco and then Heisey here in the top of the second. Bruce has not driven in a run on the road trip. In fact, he's only had 1 RBI in his last 10 games. So that's a part of his day in, day out that he'd like to see change. sitting at 21 RBIs on the year. Pops him up against the shift and into shallow center. McCutchen calls everybody off. The Pirates center fielder handles it. Here, so we seeing a little bit of a Johnny Cueto twist out there with Jeff Locke?
Well, not really new for Jeff Locke. He's been doing it a couple of years now, and what he has found, and it's not quite a Johnny Cueto twist. It's more of a, say, a Ted Lilly twist. That's a changeup, but you know, I think he gets it because he stays back on the rubber better, and he actually found, according to Bob Locke, their television commentator and also a former pitcher himself, said that he added a little bit of fastball with that because he's able to stay off the rubber and use his legs as he pushes towards home plate. So it's added to his repertoire, and I think it always helps hiding the baseball too, as Johnny Cueto has found out. It's very difficult to pick up Cueto, and Locke probably has that same amount of deception.
Alvarez will field this ground ball by Mesoraco and retire the Reds catcher for out number 2. Chris Heisey will bat with 2 men out. More on that story as to why he is in and Ludwig is out. Let's go downstairs to Jim Day.
Well, Ludwig dealing with a stiff back that's actually hurting him. I talked to him before the game, and he said that it's one of those things that we've all gone through. And he went to pick up his bag this morning, and all of a sudden his back came up lame. He says over the last 10 years of his career, it's happened at least once a year that something like that will happen to his back. And I think we can all relate. And to be honest, as much torque as these guys put on their back on a daily basis, I'm surprised it doesn't happen more.
Well, Jim Day, I know those hard stools down there where you occupied during the game have given you a little bit of a back problem this series, right?
Yeah, welcome to your mid-40s.
That ball is going to be bobbled down there by Gabby Sanchez. It would look like it was going to be a 1-2-3 inning for Locke. Heisey gets aboard. That's going to be an error.
I'm not sure if it was a nonchalant play by Sanchez or the ball just took kind of a funky hop on him, but he went over there. Locke did everything he could. Sanchez was going to field the ball and tag Heisey when he went by. We'll get a better look right here, and it looks like it's an easy thing to do, but you know, could have been one of those situations where just as he was fielding it, he takes his eye off his glove and the ball, looks at the runner, and the ball gets away from him.
So Sanchez charged with the error. It's the 4th error of this series by the Pirates, who came in, and these two teams on total opposite ends of the spectrum defensively coming into this series. The Reds, the best defensive team not only in the National League but in baseball, have not committed an error in this series. In fact, they've not committed an error in 8 straight games. The Pirates on the total other end, the most errors in the National League coming in, now have 57. Oftentimes overlooked part of the game defensively. You make the plays. People expect you to make them, but Brian Price is always heaping praise on the way that this club plays defensively. We've seen any number of very nice plays, not only in this series, but on this trip. Cozart gets the opportunity here against Jeff Locke with a runner aboard and 2 men out. That is Mike Estabrook behind the catcher there, calling the balls and strikes, our home plate umpire. Jeff Locke, his 4th start of the year. He comes off 2 very, very good outings, what we would like to call ultra quality starts. On the 8th of this month against Milwaukee. Most recently 6 days ago down in Miami. 1 run in 7 innings against Milwaukee. 2 runs in 8 innings here, down there in Miami against the Marlins. So a total of only 3 earned runs in his last 15 innings.
Now, Locke had a tremendous first half of the season last year. He went 8-2. His earned run average was right around 2. Batting average against was around 200. And he made the All-Star team. After the All-Star game, he only won 2 games the rest of the way and lost 5. Earned run average jumped way up to over 6. Batting average went up over 300. And it could have been a case of Locke really just wearing down last year. Not really ready for the rigors of pitching every 5th day against major leaguers. Fastball, curveball, changeup, those are his primary 3 pitches.
Goes rolls it to the shortstop. Barmes will throw him out. And the Reds leave a runner in the top of the 2nd. Up come the Pirates in the bottom of number 2. Reds up 1-0. Hydro water skiing or whatever you want to call it around the river. Make sure you look forward later on to our Miller Time moment of the game, brought to you by Miller Lite. What do you think of that, Chris?
I think that's something that Jim Day ought to try. I mean, he's been, of course, on that river before in a kayak. He did the experiment with a baseball a few years ago, whether it would, float all the way to Cincinnati. And I think that's probably next in line for Jim Day and his day off.
Do you think that looked fun?
No.
Really, you're a water sport
I like
guy.
the jet packs, where you're not tethered to the ground. It's where you have like actually a jet on your back, and you can just, cruise right over all the traffic.
Well, you wanted to rent one here and get yourself from the hotel to the ballpark. I thought that looked pretty fun, like hydro skiing. Guy looked like he's pretty accomplished.
Well, what if those jets of water, instead of going right in towards the water, shoot up towards the sky, and you do the face plant in the water? That thing may send you all the way down the land of the catfish, deep beneath the water surface here.
You got to be able to control it, that's for sure. Strong upper body.
I don't have much self-control.
As witnessed by all. Gabby Sanchez plus 300 hitter lifetime against Bailey, but he'll pop it up here, and Phillips will make the play. So 4 face, 4 retired by Homer here on this Thursday afternoon. Talked yesterday about the fact that Alfredo Simon becomes the winningest pitcher in the National League with his 10 wins. If Bailey can get a win today, it would be his 8th, would tie him for 3rd. Simon now at 10. Zach Greinke of the Dodgers with 9. Adam Wainwright with 9. And there are 3 other pitchers. Hyun-Jin Ryu, Madison Bumgarner, Kyle Lohse, all who have 8. Bailey could join that group. They're the National League win leaders right now. Wainwright missed his start on Monday, resting his elbow. Greinke, he worked 2 days ago, did not get victory number 10. But yes, Alfredo Simon did, becoming the winningest pitcher in the National League. Cozart throws out Josh Harrison, is at a very good series, 5 for 9 coming into this game. Homer seems to have it going early today.
Well, he does. He's got 2 things going for him. Homer does. Number one, he's got very good fastball command. The other thing, he's got a very good slider. And I mean, when you have a good slider and you can back it up with a fastball that goes anywhere from 92 to 95, you're going to have something special. You know, the one change that Homer's made over the years that he's throwing fewer 4-seamers now. He's kind of embraced the keep it down in the zone, 2-seam fastball that runs a little bit, gets more ground balls, and that really is complemented by that slider that you also keep down around the bottom of the zone.
Interesting that you say that, because when he came up, he was all about 4-seam fastballs and strikeouts.
Well, his delivery was a little bit different. He was a little bit higher arm arc. Came right over the top with a straight fastball. And, you know, when you're pitching in high school and you're throwing in the 90s, that's a devastating pitch. But they hit that at this level.
Alvarez flies to right. Another 1-2-3 inning turned in by Bailey, and we are through 2 here at PNC Park. And they take on the Toronto Blue Jays at Great American Ballpark. Don't miss Reds baseball, fireworks, giveaways, and much more. You can get your tickets by calling 513-381-REDS, going to select Kroger locations, or to reds.com/tickets. The Toronto Blue Jays, top team in the AL East, will be in town for a 3-game series. That's tomorrow night at 7:10. Saturday, a late afternoon start at 4:10. Then Sunday afternoon at 1:10. Jose Bautista, Edwin Encarnacion coming in with intent on having balls sail out of that ballpark. Who will they try to do it against? The Reds will offer up Matt Latos, Mike Leake, Johnny Cueto in the 3-game series.
Boy, there is just no weakness in this Reds rotation.
No,
I
you're
mean,
right.
there is just no drop-off. I mean, you can't say that everybody in the rotation has #1 stuff if you buy into that kind of thing, but they can pitch on any given night like a #1 pitcher. Especially with Matt Latos coming back, the effort that he gave the Reds his first time back, shut out through 6 innings.
I mean, we expected good things in that start, Chris, but who would have thought he could have done what he did?
Well, I really think he can sustain it, because what I saw in that start was his ability to control the outside, low outside spot on right-handed hitters, and for him, that's always important.
Bailey hits this ball hard, but will be thrown out by Josh Harrison for the first out here in the third. Billy Hamilton is coming to the plate. For more on Billy, Jim Day.
Well, Billy Hamilton dealing with the pain in that jammed finger, and he's got the trainers working on it, of course, but he's got someone and something else as well. Ramon Santiago, when he was growing up, when players on his team would get a hand injury or finger injury, they'd go to a spiritual healer where the guy would grab their hand or finger and kind of meditate and pray over that finger. Well, Ramon Santiago did that to Billy Hamilton yesterday, and Billy says, I don't believe in any of that. My finger still feels the same. Well, he went out and got 3 hits for the 3rd straight game, and right after the game, Ramon Santiago says, see what I told you? Fast forward to today. Santiago does it again to Billy Hamilton before the game. First at bat, double, stolen base, scores a run, straight out of the twilight zone. Who knows? Maybe on to something.
Well, the contributions that you make to the team, I guess, don't always have to occur, Jim, on the field.
There's no question.
Well, you know, Jim, all we need is Jobu, right? To bring along, to put in the Reds clubhouse, maybe travel on the road. What do you think?
Well, I think this is straight out of Jobu. There's no question about it. They might have to get in contact. I'm not sure if this older man, as he said when he was a kid, is still living. But
now, fill everybody in what Jobu is or who Jobu is, because not everybody may know what we're talking about.
Jobu is a thing from the first Major League movie, where Serrano, the character, has this kind of a spiritual thing that he put in his locker, and he meditated and prayed over it, and he tried to get him to help him hit the curveball. Didn't quite help, and at the end of the movie he said, basically, up your rear end, Jobu. I'll do it on my own.
Why don't you send Ryan Ludwig and get Santiago to kind of do his magic on his back, so he'll be all right.
Actually, I said that very thing to him after the national anthem. I said, Ramon, work on Ludwig's back. So we'll see what happens.
All right. Thank you, Jim. 2 out now for Frazier. 1-0 Reds, top of the 3rd.
You know, that play we just saw with Billy Hamilton at first base. Nice tag by Gabby Sanchez down there, but it just seems like every time Hamilton puts the ball on the ground, even a ground ball is worth watching him run out. I mean, definitely the kind of guy that you leave the beer line to get back to your seat and watch him at the at-bat, because you never know what's going to happen.
It's the same kind of thing that you always hear about Chapman. Oh, I don't want to be in the concession line when he comes out of that gate headed to the field in the 9th inning. Same with Billy. You get to see it a little bit more because he goes up there 4 or 5 times a game. I guess you don't have to be the big power hitter to get folks to watch you.
And I think the Pirates are thinking the same thing about their right fielder, Gregory Polanco. You know, maybe not the speed of Hamilton, but certainly very exciting.
That's the first strikeout for Jeff Locke. It comes at the expense of Todd Frazier and puts an end to the Reds' 3rd. Afternoon. How about Clayton Kershaw last night out at Dodger Stadium? His first career no-hitter, the second no-hitter in the big leagues this year. The other one, of course, by his teammate Josh Beckett. 15 strikeouts, no walks, a major league first. Third no-hitter by a reigning Cy Young Award winner, Gibson and Koufax. Koufax had 4 no-hitters in his career. Josh Beckett had that Dodger no-hitter on the 25th of May, right before the Reds got out there and played him, and they honored him the next day. Our IGS bringing the energy feature. Congratulations to Clayton Kershaw and the no-hitter last night against Colorado, and they were one throwing error away by Hanley Ramirez from having a perfect game for Clayton Kershaw last night.
That is the 20th no-hitter thrown in the major leagues since 2010.
20th since 2010. That's a lot.
That's 4 years. That's not quite 4 years. That's 3.5 years.
There was a note about that no-hitter in terms of Dodger history. It marked the second time in Dodger history that they've had 2 no-hitters in 1 year. The other time was 1956. Carl Erskine and Sal Magley had no-hitters for the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Yeah, did you see what Vin Scully said in the 7th inning during the game, calling it, of course, in Dodger Stadium? Kershaw on the mound in the middle of a no-hitter. He said, folks, Twitter your friends and email your pals. And then went on to say something special here at Dodger Stadium.
How about that?
So
Technology speaking, he's on the cutting edge.
He is on the edge.
I have to admit, I don't know that I would have thought to say that. You?
Well, there's only one Vin Scully.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know the number, but I mean, no hitters he has called throughout his career.
Probably can recall every pitch of every one, too.
You're exactly right. Yeah, apparently, Hanley Ramirez, a throwing error to lead off the top of the 7th inning, pulling the first baseman off the bag, allowing the runner to be safe at first base for Colorado, the only base runner they had all night. The only other perfect game in Dodger history was that Sandy Koufax perfect game against the Cubs. Bailey's worked his way through the first 8 here in the Pirate lineup, but now gets the pitcher lock, and he's at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And he gets him on a foul tip. 9 faced, 9 retired, 3 strikeouts for Bailey. We are through 3. 1-0 Reds.
MLB.com at bat on your favorite mobile phone or tablet. You get live look-ins, instant replay, score, stats, audio, free MLB.TV, game of the day, and more. Download the app from the App Store. Visit Reds.com today. I'm Jim Day, and we saw some unusual things in last night's game. None more unusual than a position player pitching to a relief pitcher. And that happened with Travis Snyder facing J.J. Hoover late in last night's ballgame. Now, J.J. Hoover was 0 for 17 with 14 Ks in the minor leagues. Brian Price joked today that, well, he was Hawkeyeing it, must have learned something in the minor leagues. Don't swing. And then once Hoover got on base, he went first to third and actually admitted that he hadn't been on base since early in high school. His high school team would not let him hit. And on his elite team in summer league was the last time that he ran the bases, and that's way back in high school. And he admitted he had to sit there and think to himself, well, what are the rules here? And when he went to third, he thought, am I breaking the cardinal rule? We're up by so many runs, and I'm trying to advance a base. So he was a little nervous about it. It was a funny moment.
Polanco going to jump up near the wall and not be able to come up with that baseball. Votto's going to end up at second with a double. You know, I thought Jim was going to say when Hoover got to second base, he wasn't quite sure where to go next. But remember on that play, Jim, that Hoover kind of held up at second base, and Billy had to wait to make sure he could get into second with a double.
Yeah, he did have to wait up, and Brian Price said that was a nice stutter step by him. Maybe he should, you know, play football a little bit. But yeah, when he was going to third base, he thought, man, am I breaking the unwritten rule of advancing a base when we're up by so many runs? He was terrified about it.
He was all right. 12th double by Votto gives the Reds a chance. Votto's now hitting all 9 games since he's come off the disabled list. Hit right on the nose in the center by Phillips, and McCutchen retreating will make the catch. That will allow Votto to tag and move to third. So I guess J.J. Hoover doesn't carry, Chris, that same hitting gene that you do. You like to go up there and hit.
Well, I may just have had more of an opportunity than J.J., although he coaxed the walk and Votto struck out. So for a quick moment last night, J.J. Hoover was Joey Votto, and Joey Votto was J.J. Hoover.
See, only you can come up with stuff like that. Chance now for Bruce to add to the Reds' lead. Talked earlier about the fact Jay has only had 1 RBI in his last 10 games. Golden chance here with Votto at third and 1 out. Locke has been able to handle Bruce. 2 for 12 lifetime. Jay fly to center his first time. That same fly ball here would probably produce a run.
Now the problem is getting some elevation on the baseball, because if you're Jeff Locke out there, you're thinking, hey, with the way Homer Bailey's pitching right now, I cannot afford to get them another run in here. So I've got to make sure that Bruce does not elevate the baseball. And I've got to keep everything down, make him reach for it if he's going to hit it in the air and pop it up in the infield.
Bruce now get a look at a 3-1 pitch with Votto at third, 1 out here in the top of the 4th.
Pirates are not going to give the run on a ground ball. They've got the corner infielders in. The guys up the middle are also going to come home with it.
Chasing it, missing it, 3-2. This is a scenario, runners in scoring position for the Reds, that they have really done a great job of on this road trip. They started the day 404 average to the first 5 games of this trip. Just foul.
Well, that last swing by Bruce, not the foul ball there, but the swing on a 3-1 pitch on a breaking ball down and away is just an indication he's trying a little bit too hard. may be so anxious to get that run in that he had made his mind up that he was going to swing at that pitch no matter what.
And let's see what he gets here at 3-2 from Locke. Mesoraco waiting on deck.
A good pitch right there, right in on the hands. Bruce gets tied up right there, is able to keep it on the bat enough to foul it off. Now that's 2 in a row on the inner part of the plate. You wonder now if Locke's going to go back out there with a slider and see if Bruce will chase it once more.
You look at the lineup today for the Reds. They have Votto and Bruce as left-handers. I was reading about Locke and writing some things down about him for this game. I was amazed at the number that against left-handers this year, they were 0 for 3 against him. Rarely has he faced a left-hander this year in the big leagues.
But he'll face some in this lineup, because the guys that the Reds have who hit left-handed are everyday players.
In the air to center, will get the run home. McCutchen is there. Votto tags. Sacrifice fly for Jay Bruce, his 22nd RBI. And the Reds had another run. They got it on a sac fly in the first by Votto. Votto scores in the sac fly here by Bruce.
Not a good battle by Jay Bruce right there. Swung at one bad pitch, fought off some tough pitches, finally persevered and got a ball into the outfield to drive a run in. That was a must RBI situation there.
So Bailey will go to the mound with at least a 2-0 lead when he takes the hill in the bottom of the 4th. Mesoraco bats with the bases empty. 2 away.
You know, this game really a perfect example of what it is to do the little things. You get a runner over to third base like Brandon Phillips did with a fly ball. Both of the runs that have scored today have come via sacrifice flies. They've only got 2 hits, the Reds do, but they've got 2 runs on the board. They've made them both count.
The Reds have been very good this year in the sacrifice department, both sacrifice bunting, where they are tops in the National League, and in the top 3rd in sac flies. 2 of them today. Against the shift, a hard line drive, but right at Harrison, who's actually on the shortstop side of second base. He makes the play, but the Reds had another run in the 4th. Has thrown in his career, came here in Pittsburgh September the 28th 2012 in a 1-0 Reds win. He mowed him down in that one, getting the Reds the victory. It was a few days after that the Reds clinched the division title. There's Homer celebrating that first no-hitter. He had the second one last year against the San Francisco Giants. Always had pitched, as we've said, very well in this ballpark. Comes into today 5-1 through 7 career starts here at PNC with a 1.6. Actually, it was right before, I guess, the no-hitter that the Reds had clinched the division at home against the Dodgers. Polanco leading things off here in the bottom of the 4th. Grounded out to Phillips his first time. Gregory Polanco 3 for 9 in this series. He's done a good job in making contact. He has 40 at bats now with the Pirates and only has struck out 5 times.
I really thought it was interesting. In our Tech Talk yesterday, we visited with Jeff Branson, the Pirates hitting coach, former Reds infielder and pretty good off the bench hitter Branson was. And they said when Polanco first came up, signed at 17, typical big tall kid with long arms, long legs, had a very long swing, and they had to somehow shorten up that swing so that he could catch up to a major league fastball. So they got him in a batting cage with a pitching machine.
Bruce closing on this. He's not going to get it. That's a base hit. So Polanco now has a 9-game hitting streak.
And they dialed up that pitching machine in the batting cage so fast that Polanco had no other choice except to make it quicker, to make that swing quicker, shorter, and they did it over and over again every day. And eventually, after a couple of years, he was able to shorten up that swing, still not give up very much in the way of power. He's still a lot of power on it, but he's able now to catch up to a major league fastball. Would never be able to do that with a long swing that he signed with.
I bet that was a slow, frustrating process.
It probably was. It just goes to show you in this game, it's not like some other sports where you can come right out of college or, even out of high school, like some can in the NBA, and go right and fit right in. It takes a while, and Polanco's a guy that they've been hoping would come along, and they finally got him up here this year.
He actually hit out of the number 2 spot in his first couple of games before they moved him now 7 games ago to the number 1 spot in the lineup.
And actually the Pirates did receive a little criticism as to how they advanced him through and why he wasn't up here earlier. Some of the explanation by the Pirates was, well, we're just bringing him along at his own speed. Others would say, well, they did that to the timing part of it so that he wouldn't be eligible for arbitration, his free agency, and so on and so forth, based on how the basic agreement reads between players and owners. Homer's got the strikeout pitch going. That was a 94-mile-an-hour fastball that he fires right by Starling Marte. 4th on the day for Homer. Our Cholula hot sauce flamethrower.
Going back, Chris, to what you were talking about with Polanco and the pace with which they brought him up, you can say the same thing about the guy at the plate now, Andrew McCutchen. There were Pirate fans clamoring for him to be up here probably a year before he actually made his debut. But
You're
once
right.
he arrived,
yeah,
he hasn't gone back. MVP a year ago. Shoots it into right. This is going to hang up for Jay. Hard hit ball by McCutchen, who's now 0 for 2 in this game and only 1 for 9 with 4 strikeouts in this series.
just goes to show you what he means to this ball club. If you hang a 0 on him, chances are you're going to be able to shut down this offense, because however you cut it and slice it, Andrew McCutchen is in the middle of this lineup for a reason, and he carries this club.
Well, so far so good. The Reds have been able to handle him. 2 out. Here's Gabby Sanchez. once again for Bruce. On the run, foul ball. Close, but foul down the right field line by Sanchez.
No argument from the Pirate dugout. Jerry laying right down on that call. And that angle looks like it was awfully close, but you know what you don't see anymore is chalk.
Right.
Dusted up. Like in the old days.
You know, they need down the lines in baseball is like they have in tennis, the Hawkeye, where they slow it down and they show right on top and how that ball comes down. There's never any arguments about those balls in tennis.
You know what? It's only a matter of time.
Hawkeye. When it first came out, they used to call it, in honor of John McEnroe, Matt Cam. Pirate fan, you may be wondering, well, with the right-hander Bailey on the mound, why not Ike Davis, a left-handed hitter? And Davis is 2 for 6 lifetime against Bailey, but when you put the numbers up that Sanchez has against Homer, 5 out of 16 with a home run, you're probably good on either side. And Ike Davis, their regular first baseman, getting the day off today. Sanchez filling in. Polanco led off the inning with a single to right. Marte fan, McCutchen line to right. Now Bailey trying to dispose of Gabby Sanchez and hang a 0 in the bottom of the 4th. On the move on the 3-2 pitch, and a shot into center field. Hamilton going to come up throwing, cut off by the shortstop Cozart. That keeps the runner Sanchez at first and third with 2 outs. That's why they have him in there against Homer.
Well, he looks awfully good here. He gets a 3-2 fastball, and he just goes down to get that pitch. Gabby Sanchez thought to be really one of the foundations of that Marlins ball club, and it never really panned out offensively for him. But he's able to negotiate that fastball and keep the inning alive.
So now for the Pirates, it falls on the shoulders of the Cincinnati native Josh Harrison. Very good series for him, 5 for 10. Average up on the year, 315 now, 317 at the start of the day. Brings a 5-game hitting streak into the game. But not much luck against Bailey, 1 for 11 lifetime. Tying run is Sanchez at first, 2 out.
Well, Josh Harrison has shown himself to be a pretty good fastball hitter in this series, and that's why that first pitch slider may be a little predictor of what he's going to see against Bailey the rest of the day. You know, Josh Harrison's teammate at University of Cincinnati was Tony Campana. Campana last night delivered the walk-off single that beat the Brewers as the Arizona Diamondbacks prevailed. So what happens to Campana today? He gets sent back to the minor leagues.
Wow, that's cruel, isn't it?
No crying in baseball.
Help the Reds, though. They get to within 6.5 of first place. Actually, they benefited by the victory by the Mets, 3-2 over the Cardinals, and the Diamondbacks 4-3 win over Milwaukee. So it's St. Louis 3.5 and Cincinnati now 6.5 back in the NL Central. Milwaukee and Arizona go at it a little bit later on this afternoon. The Cardinals begin a series 4-gamer against Philadelphia tonight at Busch. Reds trying to post a victory here. Wonder how long it is. People around baseball take a look and go, hey, you've seen the Reds? It looks like they're heating up a little bit. We look at the standings every day. We look at the scores every day. Who's doing what? I wonder how long it takes until they go, hey, you know, the Reds are putting it together a little bit now.
You know, the scouts that we talk about at the media level all the time have said it for a while. Boy, if this team ever gets together and they all get healthy at the same time and they begin to produce like the backs of their baseball cards say that they will, it's going to be one of the better teams in the National League because the starting pitching. I mean, it is a relentless starting rotation as long as everyone's able to stay healthy. They're going to be right in there.
Well, you said it earlier. There's not really a weak link at all when you go 1-5. Swing and a miss by Harrison. He's a strikeout victim. Number 5 for Homer Bailey, and the Pirates strand a pair in the bottom of the 4th.
I see a day, Chris, in the not too distant future where you're going to see GPSs on the player's wrist, where they'll be programmed and set before the game, where every hitter that comes up, all they've got to do is boom, or somebody will set that and it'll boom, they'll have it. I really believe that day's coming.
Well, maybe that's already happened. I mean, Josh Harrison today already made a play. Second baseman on the shortstop side of second base on a hard hit ball right off the bat of Devin Mesoraco. Here is that line drive. There's Harrison straight up the middle. So, you know, we've always talked about the Pirates being a little bit ahead of the game as far as defensive. Clint Hurdle, in my conversation yesterday with him, talked about defensive metrics that the people in the front office brought to him. But they are certainly a team that is not afraid to shift. They got their players to buy into it. They got their pitchers to buy into it. And they shift more than anybody else in Major League Baseball. Here's what they do in the National League. They've shifted 381 times compared to Milwaukee, who was number 2. So 130 times more almost than the Milwaukee Brewers. The Pirates are all over the place. And what Clint Hurdle told me is that we're going to do it more rather than less as time goes on.
Well, they did it against Heisey. They do it now against Cozart. I don't know that there's another team that the Reds play that shift against every player like they do.
No. So far, it's worked for him. And it was interesting because he said, you know, we needed something. The Pirates, small market team, small payroll, to kind of bridge the gap between us and the big boys. And the one thing that they said that they could do, it wouldn't cost them any money, is get smarter defensively. Now, the Reds, on the other hand, I mean, they do some shifting.
Right.
But they have such good glove men out there that their defense seems to be airtight. And there aren't a lot of balls that fall in, and I'm not so sure that shifting is the only answer. I think you've got to get some guys that can handle the leather, too. But it's an interesting theory.
And once they catch it, make proper throws.
And You know, the other thing that Hurdle said, and I agree with 100%, that he and I both played about the same time in the 1980s. And 8 out of 10 times, a ground ball up the middle is a base hit. Now that ground ball up the middle is only hit maybe 3 times out of 10. And you look right now, where's Josh Harrison playing Zach Cozart? Right up the middle. Right there.
Zach does not hit into the shift. He draws the walk. First given up by Locke in this game. Yeah, you brought up the interesting number earlier, the fact that Locke had only walked 1 this year heading into this game. The walks per 9, radical difference.
Well, that's probably what they told him. If you want to survive up here at the major leagues with a fastball that tops out at 90, you got to throw it for a strike. And not only throw it for a strike, but throw where you want to.
Haley gets the job done with his 6th sacrifice bunt of the year. Told you earlier that the Reds lead the National League in sacrifice bunts. Pitchers do a very good job, and mostly it's the pitchers, but you see it from some other players as well. But mostly the pitchers, they do a very, very good job. So now a chance with a runner at second, 2 out for Billy Hamilton. 3 RBIs in the game last night, a career high for him. 7 of them on this road trip in terms of RBIs for Billy. He's jumped that average with runners in scoring position all the way up to 298. Already extended his hitting streak to 6 in a row. That does for him equal a season's best. Trying to add to a 2-0 lead. He strikes out here, so strikeout number 2 for Locke puts an end to the Reds' 5th inning. And they take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Be one of the first 25,000 fans to take home a Ken Griffey Jr. bobblehead presented by Cincinnati Bell. Plus, stick around after the game for a special viewing of the Lego Movie, thanks to Cincinnati Bell, powered by Optics. For tickets, 513-381-REDS. Select Kroger locations or reds.com/tickets. Along with Chris Welsh, Jim Kelch here at PNC Park in Pittsburgh. Reds have won the first two here, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, looking for a Thursday afternoon win. Trying to go 8-2 on the year against this Pirates team and trying for their first series sweep of 2014.
Now the Pirates must look at their division foes, the Reds and the Brewers, and say, well, what's going on here? I mean, they've won 3 of 13 against the Brewers. They're being whitewashed by the Reds. And even in their own ballpark, the games have been lopsided. At least last night's ball game was. And it's one of those things where the Pirates, if they can't figure out how to beat the teams in their own division, they're going to have a hard time getting back to where they were last year when they won 94 games. They're realizing now how tough a feat that really is.
Well, they had fallen at one point this year to 8 games under 500. They were on the 20th of May, 18-26. They started to get on a little bit of a roll. Got back to the 500 mark. And now if they enter today 3 under, if the Reds prevail today, they'd be 4 under going out on the road to Chicago and then to Tampa Bay. But the Reds will follow the Pirates into Chicago. Reds will be there next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. All night games up there at Wrigley. Barmes grounded out to the shortstop his first time. It was Barmes, of course, who hit that ball to the wall in the bottom of the 9th inning on Tuesday night against Aroldis Chapman. Heisey had to scramble back, get his footing, reach up, make the catch, lean into the Sunoco sign out there and left, but hang on to it he did. And the Reds won the first game of the series. Heisey out in left field today. Softly hit to right. That's going to fall for a hit for Barmes. Hit number 3 for Pittsburgh. And they'll bring the tying run to the plate in the person of their catcher, Chris Stewart.
Well, it's not like they're knocking the fences down, but they are finding a couple of holes. Blanco hits a little single into right field and off the end of his bat. Sanchez, the hit up the middle, was hit very sharply on a 3-2 pitch. That was one of those loop jobs that falls in every once in a while.
Bailey now gets the benefit of facing the bottom of the order. Chris Stewart, the former Yankees catcher, out of the 8th spot. In fact, they have 2 former Yankee catchers. Stewart is their backup. They had Tony Sanchez earlier, and they also have, of course, Russell Martin. Behind short, Kozak going out. He's not going to get it. That'll fall for a hit. Little seeing eye hits all over the place.
What do you call those in tennis? Lob shots?
Lob. You could call that a lob. Top spin lob. Yeah.
Now the good news for Homer Bailey, if there is good news after giving up 2 lob shot hits like that, is that you're down at a nice spot in the order, and Jeff Locke, the pitcher, is coming up. And of course, he'll be charged with the challenge of trying to get the runners over with a bunt. Reds will play some different defenses. Kozar in now to talk to Homer Bailey to let him know exactly what he's going to do to make sure that Clint Barmes at second doesn't get a huge lead out there. a force play and a good aggressive play by the Reds right here. May be able to nip that lead runner at third if Homer can get through the ball and Frazier stays at home.
Locke does not have a sac bunt yet this year. Puts it down in front of the plate. They'll go to second and get an out there.
Very unusual to get a runner at second base. Heads up play by Mesoraco, though.
Well, he needed to throw a strike, and he did, and they nail Stewart.
Well, Mesoraco simply picking on the other catcher. Chris Stewart doesn't run well. He doesn't get a great jump. Mesoraco comes up firing to second. I don't think he had as good a play at third. You may be saying, well, why don't you just go to third? Well, because he saw that in front of him as he was running the baseball. He saw Stewart and in the distance. He did not turn his head away from the ball to check out the runner going to third. I think Barmes had a better jump.
A 2-6 force out at second base. Runner over to third is Barmes. Locke aboard.
You get a sacrifice for that?
You know, I was just thinking the same thing. I don't believe you do. And a balk has been called. A balk called on Bailey. Run will score. It's 2-1.
I've seen a lot of different kind of balks, but this may be the most flagrant of all. He must have just completely slipped.
Now, question for you. Had the ball come out of his hand and, say, rolled halfway to the plate, still
would not have been a balk. Yeah, he could have thrown that ball right at his feet, really. Not intentionally, but it could have come out of his hand like that. There's no penalty for throwing the ball over the screen, except runners moving up.
The Pirates are on the board. It's a 2-1 game. They score on a balk by Bailey. I guess that would be the only thing, though, that explains what happened there. It appeared like he slipped.
Must have.
Barmes scores. Locked down to second base. Off Bailey's body to Frazier, and an infield single for Polanco.
Now Frazier's pointed to the runner who went to third base right there. Jeff Locke. He said, well, he ran into me. But the problem was that ball already went off the pitcher. So I'm not so sure that the infielders are granted the same ease of being able to get to the ball right there. He said that he was impeded by that runner, and that's what he's pointing at right there. But no play, I think, because it had already hit Bailey.
He's over there talking with Mike DeMuro about it. Brian Price will come out as well and go over there to third to discuss that play. As Homer Bailey is attended to by Paul Lassard, the trainer, on the mound. Infield single for Polanco is his second hit. And I would guess that Mike DeMuro is giving a rules explanation here.
Yeah. And I'm not so sure that I have it right. I'm pretty sure I do, but evidently the explanation that he got from DeMuro is enough. And we'll go back over and check on Homer Bailey now that he kind of gets a free trip to the mound for a medical checkup. That ball was blistered right back at him.
Here he is pointing to the runner going to third. That's the pitcher, Locke. Bailey appears to be all right. Marte will bat with the tying run at third, the go-ahead run at first, and Polanco and 2 outs. Marte is fanned twice. Into right, and the game is tied. Marte had struck out both times up. Sharply singles in the right this time, producing Locke, sending Polanco to third. The Pirates, who were dead in the water in this inning, get the help of a ball, a hit off the pitcher, and now a hit into right to tie things.
Well, he's going to be very aggressive in that at bat, Marte is, because he struck out 2 previous times and he went down on sliders. He went down on 1 slider and a fastball his last time up, but he didn't want to have to negotiate a Homer Bailey slider again. So he comes up out of the on deck circle, swinging the bat, takes it the other way, and the Pirates keep it alive here. Boy, I'll tell you, with the way that Homer Bailey started this ball game, retiring the first 9, if you'd have told me that they would have 6 hits by the 5th inning, I would have told you were crazy. Funny game, this baseball.
And they picked up 4 here in this inning. 2 hard hit balls, 2 seeing eye base hits. But now here's McCutchen, who has been quiet in this series. That in and of itself is dangerous. Lined out to right as last time. Has a chance to put the Pirates in front. Into center field. Here comes Billy. He's not going to get it. Scoring from third is Polanco, and the Pirates have scored 3 times here in the bottom of the 5th. And now have taken a 3-2 lead. 3 straight 2-out hits.
Well, this game really reminds you what happened to Homer Bailey his last time out. He was pitching in Milwaukee against the Brewers on Friday night, and he had given up only 1 run through the first 6 innings, and then he gave up 3 runs in the 7th. Had to be relieved, I think, with only 1 out in that inning, and it came apart for him in a hurry, all in 1 inning, and looks like we've reached that here in this inning, the 5th.
Luckily, that was a game the Reds won 6-5 in 9, but yeah, it was the 1 inning that did him in on Friday night in Milwaukee. This 5th inning has not been a friend of his here. Jeff Pico goes to the mound with the first official visit of the frame. The other was an injury visit. 8th man to bat in the inning is Gabby Sanchez. The Pirates now have taken a 3-2 lead. They've only led 1 other time in the series, and that was 2-1 after 3 on Tuesday night. Sun peeking through now at the ballpark. Lights are on. They've been on since the 2nd inning. Sanchez a base hit to center his last time. Chased one out of the zone there, and he's in the hole, 2 strikes. Chris mentioned earlier a former power hitter for the Marlins back, and he was in his mid-20s, back-to-back years in which he hit 19 home runs for that Marlins team. Jams him here and gets a pop-up in the shallow left center. Cozart will give way. Heisey makes the catch. Sanchez is gone. The inning is over, but not before damage done. The Pirates put together 5 hits, scored 3 times. Brought to you by the JTM Food Group. Let's create great dishes together. By Toyota. For over 30 Toyota offers, visit buyatoyota.com. Kick off your afternoon at B-Dubs with the best seats outside of Brazil this summer for the World Cup. Buffalo Wild Wings, beer, sports, and by Kingsford Charcoal. Slow down and grill. Turned out to be a nice sunny afternoon here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. A little grilling action going on. Hamburgers, hot dogs, whatever else you'd want, I'm sure they'd cook up for you. Pirates cooked up 3 in the bottom of the 5th. Now it's the Reds' turn to answer. They have 2, 3, 4. Frazier, Votto, Phillips against Jeff Locke. Reds scored their runs, 1 in the first, 1 in the 4th, both on sac flies. Frazier 0 for 2 in this game. Hammers this ball to left field. That's on the line and goes off the wall. Fielded out there by Marte. Big stop by Frazier. Now he's in a rundown. He went too far and he's tagged out by Harrison. Kind of got caught in no man's land.
Well, I'll tell you what, you've got to give a lot of credit to their left fielder, Starling Marte, because this comes off the bat, and as hard as he hit it down the left field line, you got to be thinking double all the way. But Marte, part of what the Pirates are calling their dream outfield, has that ball bound right back to him, fires a shot right on the money to second base. And of course, as that play happens in front of Frazier, he sees that ball coming into second, and he's there. Well, I'm nowhere. I'm going to be going to second. Put the brakes on, and by that time, it's too late. I think that's just good defense.
They executed to the Pirates perfectly. 7-4 with Harrison, the second baseman, putting on the tag. And so, despite the leadoff hit by Frazier on a rocket off the wall on the fly in left, he is out.
Last thing I want Todd Frazier thinking is that's a single.
Yeah. Now Votto. Driven in a run with a sac fly. Doubled, scored a run on a sac fly. Phillips on deck. Locke has walked 1, struck out 2, giving the Reds 2 runs on only 3 hits. Did he go? Looked like he held up. Mike DeMuro agreed down at third. Sanchez will field this ball. Votto is retired. Remember, tweet your photos using hashtag #OhioFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game as part of our AT&T fan photo of the game. We'll have one for today's game a little bit later on. Here's Phillips. He's grounded out. He's lined out. He's 0 for 2. Nice road trip for Brandon. He's driven in 7 runs on the trip. 9 hits, 24 at bats. Trying to get started here in the 6th inning. Reds on the trip 4-1. Win today gives them not only that first sweep, which we've talked about, but a 5-1 road trip, coming home a game over 500. Off the end of the bat, Sanchez will make the play. 3 batters and out go the Reds, thanks to the rundown caught in by Frazier. Ohio.com. Kevin Goheen writes about what has the Reds pointed in the right direction. The Reds have had a flurry of minor league transactions. Find out where all the top prospects are headed. Plus, potential #1 pick Andrew Wiggins just worked out for the Cavs. Get complete coverage of all of today's action involving Ohio sports on FoxSportsOhio.com. Brought to you by 1-800-SAFE-AUTO. Drive safe, spend less. You know, among others, a lot of those very talented prospects the Reds have at Bakersfield out in the Cal League were promoted to Double-A. Boy, they take a look at Kevin's article. He talk about the numbers that those guys have put up, both hitters and pitchers. Josh Harrison to get it started.
You were talking a little bit yesterday about some of those players. I mean, it's just not 1 or 2, but the Reds have
5 or 6,
5 or 6, 7 or 8 of these guys that are just tearing it up in their leagues and moving up the ladders. Names that you're going to hear more and more about in the next few years.
Frazier cuts this ball off nicely. 360 spin, and he gets him at first base. More flashing of the leather by the Reds defensively. I don't think it's a stretch to say that Todd Frazier has turned into a Gold Glove third baseman, is it?
Not at all.
I mean, you need two hands and maybe your toes to count the number of defensive gems we've seen on this road trip in Milwaukee and now here in Pittsburgh. It's tremendous leather work. Reds have gone, as I talked about earlier, 8 straight games without committing an error. Nixon's going to get down in the gap, go into that North Shore notch area out there in left center field off the bat of Pedro Alvarez. Ends up being the first extra base hit of the game for the Pirates. 8th two-base hit for Alvarez.
Well, Alvarez hit a double last night. Other than that, really, he's been very quiet in this 3-game series. This time he goes opposite field on a ball that's on the inner part of the plate.
And brings up Barmas.
Getting back to Frazier and his defensive skills this year. You know, when he was signed out of Rutgers, he was the shortstop. Cozart, of course, the shortstop. Brandon Phillips was signed as a shortstop. Chris Heisey was signed as a shortstop out of college. And Billy Hamilton was signed as a shortstop.
Sliced into right. That's a hit. They will not test the arm of Jay Bruce as he fires one to the plate on one hop. Barmas is 2 for 3.
Now he's got that little cutter going the other way right down, doesn't he? He did the same thing last time up. Alvarez did not get a jump on that because he wasn't sure if Bruce was going to be able to get to it. Barmas is the player that nearly won the game for the Pirates the other night. The very last out of the play, he came up, pinch hitting, I believe, hit a long ball deep left field. Chris Heisey went all the way back to the fence before he retrieved it for out number 27 with a couple of runners on base. And that was the game saver. Barmas, with enough power to jolt one out of here, has dumped 2 of them right in front of Bruce in right field.
Now Sam LeCure gets up and starts to throw in the Reds bullpen. Barmas is a former everyday player. He played shortstop full time for the Rockies, for the Astros for a short time, for this Pittsburgh team. He pretty much backs up Jordy Mercer now. Pirates with a great chance here to add to their 3-2 lead. Reds, of course, would love to turn the double play. Expecting a possible squeeze, ball 1. There's the bunt. Little safety squeeze it looked like there.
I don't know how safe it was. The only thing safe about it was he fouled the ball off. Alvarez, I think, was coming hard right from the get-go. No?
I don't think he was. No, it looked like he didn't break until the ball was fouled. We haven't seen a squeeze bunt this year.
Well, a safety squeeze is you read the bunt down and then you go.
Okay.
I mean, if he had bunted through that, Alvarez is out at home. So that would have been an aborted squeeze play, and that's something you don't very often see, and it's a great play for right-handed pitchers to always keep in mind. You know, lefties always practice that move to first base. Well, right-handers rarely, if ever, practice that move to third, but boy, if you can pick up an out right here, get yourself a long way to get out of this inning. Now, what's really helping the runner right here is that Frazier is defending against the bunt. So the runner at third, Alvarez, can go as far down that third base line as Frazier goes down that line. So if Frazier goes to here, the runner can go to there.
First, the runner takes off. That's Barmes. For the first time, we see Stewart swinging away, and now he's at 2-2.
Could have been a hit and run.
Yeah.
Nick Leyva flashing signs, been around a long time. Back by our calculations, and we were teasing Nick about this, the oldest third base coach in the business right now, at least in the National League, followed very closely in second place by our own Red Steve Smith. Got to be alert down there, dodging those line drives hit by 250-pound right-handers.
38th year in professional baseball, 20th at the major league level as a coach for Nick Leyva. Long time. Up the middle, caught by Phillips. Off the bat, it looked like that was going to sneak through. Brandon got to it.
Well, look where Brandon's playing right here. I mean, the Reds are doing a little bit of their own defensive metrics.
Two out now for the pitcher. Locke put down that bunt in the fifth inning, trying to move the runners along. He ended up moving along one of them, Barmes, but Mesoraco threw out Stewart trying to move on to second base. That's when the damage began in the fifth. The infield single by Polanco, the RBI singles by Marte and McCutchen. Now here he is with runners at the corners, 2 out. Now let the runner go down to second base, Barmes. They will call that defensive indifference. So no steal for Barmes. Haley trying to work through this inning without any further damage. 3-2 Pirates, bottom of the sixth.
Jeff Locke, about a career 100 hitter, never had an RBI.
Well, let's hope it stays that way. Alvarez at third, Barmes out at second base with 2 out. Misses on a 1-2, now misses on a 2-2.
Well, I'll tell you what, kid's showing some pretty good eye up there.
doing what Brian Price said J.J. Hooper did. He's Hawkeyeing it up there. He swung at ball 4 there.
Well, he has collected a couple of walks in his career, but 7 for 71 lifetime. Absolutely must out for homers. How about that?
His first walk of the day is to his opposite number, and it loads the bases for the Pirates. Here comes Brian Price. Homer is throwing his last pitch. His 92nd is his last of this game. As Chris mentioned, what a great start Bailey got off to through the first 3 innings. Even was able to navigate himself around a couple of hits in the 4th, but it's come undone for him since then. He exits. Our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen means action out of the Reds pen. Sam LeCure jogs on. With Stand Up to Cancer, a groundbreaking initiative created to accelerate innovative cancer research that gets new therapies to patients quickly in order to save lives now. For more information, visit foxsportsupports.com. Well, while we were away, the skies have opened up.
I mean, it is absolutely bringing it right now.
Crew chief is Jerry Lane down at first, and he puts a halt to it. At 2:31 here in the bottom of the 6th inning, with the bases loaded, 2 out, Sam LeCure ready to work, but the downpour unrelenting here at PNC, and for the second game in a row, the tarp will roll out. Not 10 minutes ago, the sun was shining. And we don't know, to be honest with you, how long this one is going to take. And we had an hour and 15-minute delay last night. We are closing in. Well, let's see here. Actually, this is supposed to be very short-lived. The weather bug, which Jim Day and I religiously follow, say about 40% chance of rain at 3 o'clock-ish, but after the 3 o'clock hour, it's supposed to diminish and go away.
What does it say at 2:32?
It doesn't say. Only breaks it down by hours.
I can tell you what it should say.
100%. You know, it's that hard 15, 20 seconds or so that really did them in. Because the way it's coming down now, I'd imagine if it had kept doing at this level, they may have continued for just a little while longer.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, but it really came down to the point where you couldn't see.
So the grounds crew, they get their workout in for the second day in a row, pulling that heavy tarp onto the field. They do, as usual, a very nice job of expediting it, getting the field covered. So when it does stop, and they do clear it as they did last night, the field is in pretty darn good shape and ready to go again in not too much time.
Well, an indication of how short-lived it might be is take a look in the Reds dugout, and they're all still sitting in there. They're not even moving back up into the clubhouse. So they've been told, I'm sure, by maybe even Jim Day, checking his weather bug, that it'll be a short rain delay and be back out on it pretty soon.
Well, they get the tarp out. We can tell you that Homer Bailey went 5 2/3 innings, gave up 9 hits, 3 runs thus far, a walk and 5 strikeouts. All of those runners, Alvarez over at third, Barmas on at second, and the pitcher Locke at first, are his responsibility. We had been talking about the fact that coming into this game, while Homer did not get the win himself, the Reds did win his last time out. He had had a streak of games, 7 of his last 8 going into that start at Milwaukee that had been quality starts. And in fact, going into the Milwaukee game, he had won 4 in a row, equaling his longest winning streak of his career. There was a blown save in that game that did not allow him to get the win at Milwaukee. But he exits this game with a 3-2 deficit, so he's not going to get a win here today.
No, he certainly is not. Hey, while we have a minute, let's talk a little bit about the homestand highlights that are coming up. The Reds are coming up on this weekend series, interleague series with the Toronto Blue Jays. It's a quick homestand, in and out there. Of course, the Reds, after this 3-day homestand, will go on to Chicago, San Francisco, and then San Diego. But big fireworks tomorrow night, of course, presented by Rousey, featuring the Grateful Dead and a soundtrack by them. I know that you'll be glued to that. Danny Graves will be the honorary captain. He's the all-time Reds save leader. And, of course, he's going to be signing autographs at the Reds Hall of Fame on Friday and Saturday. Saturday is Ken Griffey Jr. bobblehead night.
Big.
That's a big one. There's no doubt about it. And Sunday, of course, Military Appreciation Day. It's the third in a series of the Military Appreciation Games that the Reds are hosting this year. And they'll have the honor guard out there, the national anthem, and honorary captain features servicemen and women from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Reds players and coaches will wear the new camouflage uniforms that day.
For the second time this year.
So a great weekend for baseball coming up. We hope to see you all out there at Great American Ballpark.
A Grateful Dead soundtrack tomorrow night. You know, I went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame when we were in Cleveland a few years ago, and they featured the Grateful Dead. You sound nodding your head like
I
you
was
were
all
there
over
too.
it. Yeah,
Were you?
I certainly was. That was great.
It was very good. Yes, it was. Well, we are in a rain delay. We have been now for the last 5 minutes here at PNC Park. Game is in the bottom of the 6th. Pirates lead 3-2. They have the bases loaded with 2 men out. Sam LeCure was beckoned to come in to pitch, and as he finished his warm-up tosses, the skies opened up. Jerry Lane, the crew chief over at first base, said, "Let's pull it on, boys." And so the tarp is on the field now, and we are in rain delay. We'll step aside, come back with more from PNC in a moment. Chris Welch, Jim Kelch. We've had a rain delay that's going to be, it looks like, under 35 minutes. Started at 2:31. It's basically 3:03 now. And the grounds crew has put the tarp away, fixed the field up, got it ready to play. It's Sam LeCure, who had finished his warm-up tosses to face Gregory Polanco in the bottom of the 6th inning prior to the rains engulfing the ballpark. Now goes back out there, and he'll warm up again. 30 minutes or so. Chris, how's that going to affect him?
Not one bit. Mentally, probably not one bit. You know, you get yourself psyched up, though. He's coming into a situation, remember, with the bases loaded. So you got to be ready for high drama from the very first pitch on. So while he's warming up, he's probably getting himself into that kind of mental mode as well to try to strand runners. He'll be given as many pitches to warm up as he is needed. He's only about 7 or 8 pitches in right now, but it usually doesn't take Sam very long.
Meanwhile, we have more from the dugout, so let's go down there and Jim Day.
Guys, thank you very much. I got a question for you. If you were to vote on the rainiest city in the National League, which one would you pick?
Chris, I'll let that one go to you.
Well, for the Reds, it would have to be Pittsburgh, no doubt about it. However, we run into thunderstorms almost on a daily basis when we go down to Miami. And they tell me those thunderstorms, you know, they start in the Everglades and they migrate eastward, and it rains out batting practice an awful lot down there. But usually we don't have rain delays during the game. So my vote goes to Pittsburgh. Jim Day, how about you?
I think Pittsburgh hands down. In fact, until last year we came here for a 3-game series and it was beautiful. And then the beginning this year, the 4-game set, it didn't rain or hold up the game either in that one. So it was kind of 2 years in a row. Brian Price was asked about it today, about is this the rainiest city that you've been to? And he had to think about it for a moment. He said, yes, in my long, illustrious managerial career, as he was saying facetiously, that yes, indeed, Pittsburgh has gotten in the way of my managing so far.
Well, remember the city that we just came from, Milwaukee, it rains there a fair amount too, especially early in the season, except that they have a roof, so we really don't know sometimes if it's raining or not.
The fact that they put that roof on the ballpark down in Miami helps an awful lot down there as well.
Sure does.
Well, Sam looks like he's ready to go. He comes on in relief here of Homer Bailey. He inherits bases loaded, 2 out. The Pirates have Pedro Alvarez at third, Clint Varmus at second, Jeff Locke, the pitcher, over at first. They have not scored yet in this inning. They do own a 3-2 lead. So this is a big, big out here. Gregory Polanco against Sam LeCure. Sam worked in the game on Tuesday night. Only managed 1 out, gave up 3 runs on 3 hits. Did face Polanco, was able to get him to pop up. 2 for 3 in this game, 5 for 11 in the series for Polanco. RBI chance for him right here. Bases loaded, 2 out. We resume at 3:06. So a 35-minute delay. All the runners on belong to the starter Bailey. Right now has been charged with 3 runs on 9 hits in 5 2/3. Sam trying to strand these inherited runners.
Sam's 2 calling card pitches, the first 2. First one, that big curveball that misses. This one, that inside fastball that has Polanco coming off the plate a little bit, thinking it was inside.
Got him to chase a nasty breaking ball, and now he's ahead 1-2.
Now they know this kid can hit a fastball, and That's what gets him here. The question is, what will keep him here is whether he can negotiate that breaking ball. That's a dandy right there from LeCure. I imagine that'll be the go-to pitch to get him out on.
Pirate runners leading away at every base. Over the mound to the shortstop, and Cozart makes the play, and LeCure gets the job done, stranding the 3 runners he inherited.
Very tough bottom of the 6th inning as the Pirates had the bases loaded. Sam LeCure came into the ballgame with the bases loaded. Let's take a look at that pitch-by-pitch at bat that he had, brought to you by Mazda, against the leadoff hitter Gregory Polanco. Went with a curveball, fastball, swing and a miss on a curveball right there, and then on a very well-placed fastball, a little easy ground ball, fielder's choice out. LeCure does the job, strands 3. 1-run game intact. Our Mazda pitch-by-pitch.
Pirates make a pitching change now, bringing the left-hander Tony Watson. This guy has been very good throughout his short Pirate career, but this year he has been exceptional. 0.84 ERA in 32 innings. He struck out 41. He comes on in relief of Jeff Locke, who goes 6, allows 2 runs, 3 hits. Watson last worked in the game in Miami on the 15th. That was on Sunday. Actually allowed 2 unearned runs in that game. The first runs he's given up since the 22nd of April, and those were unearned. So a long stretch for this guy. A very effective work out of the bullpen for Clint Hurdle.
Well, he's about the last guy Jay Bruce wants to see right now. Bruce has faced him 12 times, actually 16 times. He's walked 4, struck out 4, and he's 1 for 12 lifetime. That's 0.83.
He'll be followed by Mesoraco and then Heisey. Reds down a run, 3-2, 7th inning. Well, good performances out of Jeff Locke against the Reds have been the rule rather than the exception. Another one for him today. 5 career starts he has made against Cincinnati. 4 of them have been very good. Sanchez will feed the pitcher covering on a 3-1 pitch. Bruce goes out 3-1. to bring Mesoraco to the plate. Devin celebrating birthday number 26 today. Grounded out, hit that soft liner to the second baseman. Harrison, who was shifted and on the shortstop side of second base. He's shifting right up the middle again here. Sanchez is in the middle between first and second, basically, is the only defender on the right side. Now, as Watson did with Bruce, he falls behind here on Mesoraco. Fell behind Bruce 3-1. Falls behind Mesoraco 2-1. And now 3-1. And the tying run is on. Only the second walk given to the Reds today. Make sure you get out to the Holy Grail on Friday night before the Reds against the Toronto Blue Jays game. That's tomorrow night. Answer our Reds trivia questions to win great prizes and be featured on Red Live. Join the fun on Friday night, tomorrow night at 6 at the Holy Grail at the Banks. Should be a lot of fun. Here's Heisey, 0 for 2 in this game. Reached on an error, flied to right. Late addition to the Reds lineup. When Ryan Ludwig was scratched with stiffness in his back. Heisey makes his first start of the road trip in the final game of the trip. He gets it in the air. Polanco will handle it. 2 out. The batter now is Cozart. Heisey 0 for 3 in this game. We're really going through a downer right now. He's 1 for his last 18. Hitter will be Cozart. Drew a walk in the 5th inning. The only walk issued by the starter Locke. Trying to move Mesoraco along. Zach in the series, 3 out of 9. Ludwig comes out of the dugout. He is on deck to hit for LeCure. I would imagine he's been taking treatment on that back throughout the course of the game. From among others, Paul Lassard, the trainer. Who knows? Maybe Ramon Santiago as well. Watson has fallen behind 3 of the 4 batters he has faced in this inning. Bruce, Mesoraco, and now Cozart. 3 balls and no strikes. Reds would love to get Ludwig up there swinging a very good bat on this trip during the month and against a left-hander. Three and nothing the count. Three and 1. One out walk to Mesoraco, a fly out to right by Heisey. Now 3-1 coming here to Cozart with the pinch hitter Ludwig on deck to bat for LeCure. Borderline strike. Had Cozart headed toward first base.
Wilson gives you that kind of low arm angle on that slinging release that he has. He's figuring that maybe that thing crossed the plate somewhere. Although when you get a frame job at the very end like that by the catcher, even he doesn't believe it's a strike.
Cozart has those pant legs pulled up, giving that full view of the knees. Base hit into center by Cozart. He doesn't need the walk to move the runner along. Down to second base goes Mesoraco. That's the tying run with 2 out. And that will indeed give Ludwig an opportunity.
Been a pretty good couple of nights here. A couple of games back to back for Zach Cozart. Had a couple of hits last night. Second time he's been on the base today. Walked before. So the Reds have not had a whole lot offensively going. I mean, through 6 innings now, they're 6 2/3. They have only had 4 hits.
Ray Searage out to the mound, but there was no action at all out in that Pirate bullpen. Ludwig will get the chance with 2 on and 2 men out. Here in the 7th inning, Reds down by a run. He's actually performed. And if they shift the way they do, they certainly look at the same numbers that we do. This year, Ludwig 297 average against right-handers, only 222 against lefties. He's 6 for 9 in his last 2 games. He's hit safely in 6 of his last 7. Did not play in last night's game, but went 2 for 3 in the game here on Tuesday. So 7 hits, 10 at bats on the road trip for Ludwig. He pinch hits for LeCure, who goes 1/3 of an inning. Overall this year, Ludwig at 277, 5 homers, 21 batted in. He's 2 for 4 as a pinch hitter. Trying to get the job done here in the top of the 7th. Dribbles one right side. Going to be a tough play. Barehand pick and throw by Harrison. Ludwig is out, and the inning is over. Reds threaten but leave 2. They've stranded 4. Stretch time in Pittsburgh. American Ballpark. Don't miss Reds baseball, fireworks, giveaways, and much more. To purchase your tickets, call 513-381-REDS. Visit select program locations or go to reds.com/tickets. Talked about that Toronto series. Here's the probables for the series. R.A. Dickey, the knuckleballer, the former Mets Cy Young Award winner, will go on Friday, tomorrow night, against Matt Latos, who was just stellar in his first outing up at Milwaukee. Jay Happ, the former Philly pitcher, will get the start on Saturday. Remember, that's a 4:10 game, 3:30 with Reds Live against Mike Leake, and then the wrap-up Sunday afternoon. That is Marcus Stroman against Johnny Cueto. That's a 1:10 game and 12:30 with Reds Live. All three games right here on Fox Sports Ohio. Brian Price dips into his bullpen. Third pitcher of the game for the Reds is Logan Ondrusek. 29-year-old out of Hallettsville, Texas. Tries to keep this a one-run game. He gets Marte, then McCutchen, then Gabby Sanchez. Ondrusek 2 wins, 2 losses on the year, a 4.26 ERA. Here's for the second time in this series, 4th time on the road trip. He was charged with a blown save on Tuesday night, then picked up the win when Frazier hit the home run in the 9th inning. He was also charged with a blown save in the game on Saturday in Milwaukee, when he gave up 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th of that contest. He's not technically, of course, the closer on this club. Hamilton chasing this ball onto the warning track, and his first action of the day on deep fly balls, caught off the bat of Marte, and out number 1. Batter will be McCutchen. He had a big single back in the 5th inning. It plated Polanco with the go-ahead run for the Pirates. Charge to Bailey, making it 3-2. Another line drive to center. Here comes Hamilton, and sliding, he makes the catch. Runs one down in right center. Slides onto the outfield grass to take that hit away from McCutchen.
You know, it takes a big ballpark like this here at PNC, where the outfield seems to be one of the biggest in all of baseball, that you really appreciate the speed of your center fielder. The Pirates, of course, have Andrew McCutchen out there, who's been patrolling out and doing it well for years, but really Hamilton has been everywhere.
A glimpse there of that finger on his left hand. You can notice the knuckle very big.
Now, this is the way that Billy originally hurt his hand on a catch going into the right center field gap. That was over at Great American Ballpark about a month ago.
Well, he's gotten the putouts here in the bottom of the 7th, the first 2 batters, and now it's Gabby Sanchez, who is 1 for 3. Reds will have the top of the order up in the 8th inning. Mark Melanson is throwing in the Pirate bullpen as Sanchez disposed of quickly by Logan Ondrusek. Nice work by the big guy as we go to inning number 8.
by authority of the Cincinnati Reds and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Saturday, it's a full night of MLB action, beginning with Baseball Night in America on Fox as Miguel Cabrera and the Tigers battle the Cleveland Indians. Then the Rangers take on Mike Trout and the Angels over on Fox Sports 1. Our MLB doubleheader begins Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox, then continues at 10 Eastern on Fox Sports 1. Mark Melancon, the 8th inning setup man for this Pittsburgh club, comes in the 8th.
Fastball curveball for Melancon. He's an often used right-hander, and he's a guy that they really got to depend on. You're wondering what the status really is of Jason Grilli down there. This is a bullpen that has been beleaguered, has been used an awful lot. The Pirates among those top 5 teams and getting the fewest innings out of their starters. So Clint Hurl's had to go to his bullpen more than the average manager.
This guy had Melancon a disastrous 2012 in Boston, but since he's come here and worked with Ray Searage, a 1.39 ERA last year, a 1.95 this year. He gets the top of the Reds order. Billy Hamilton with the Reds down by a run. Billy in this game 1 out of 3. Way in at third is Alvarez. Over at first, Sanchez. Frazier on deck, then Votto. Reds led early 2-0. Now trail 3-2. Ball and 2 strikes. Billy's had 3 straight 3-hit games. Doesn't figure to get that again today, but he does have 4 straight multi-hit games dating back to the start of the Milwaukee series, near the start of that series. So if he can get one here, it'll be his 5th straight multi-hit game. And he strikes out for out number 1.
Big sigh of relief. You can hear that coming from Pirates fans as he goes down without putting the ball in play. Melancon's got a good curveball, and that's really his go-to pitch.
Frazier 1 for 3 in this game. Reds trying to get a base runner, trying to get the tying run on. Of course, Frazier and the man following him, Votto, could tie this game easily with 1 swing of the bat. We saw Frazier do that in Milwaukee. We saw him put the Reds in front here on Tuesday night in the 9th inning. That was against Grilli. Melancon gets the job done here in the 8th. The Pirates figure to go to Grilli in the 9th. To the right side against the shift, and the tying run is on as Frazier gets his 2nd hit of the game. Only the 5th Reds hit of this contest.
They've been shifting Todd Frazier just about every time he comes up, and that time he really looks like he's trying to hit the ball the other way. Gets a slow curveball that he really stays late on. Hits it right out of the catcher's mitt.
Here now is Votto.
Now you would think that this would be a good matchup here with Votto versus Melancon, because Votto's a good breaking ball hitter. Melancon likes to go to that pitch.
Joey career-wise 1 for 4, that one being a home run against Melancon. Votto gets ahead on a close pitch there. 2-0. Some of the 30,000 plus bemoan the fact that that was called a ball by Mike Estabrook. Phillips waits on deck. Votto doubled, scored in the fourth. Double here may chase home the tying run. From 2-0 to 2-2 to Votto. Pirates scored 3 times in the bottom of the 5th inning to take a 3-2 lead, trying to snap a 3-game losing streak, trying to avoid equaling their longest losing streak of the year, which is 4. Reds on the other side of things trying to match their longest winning streak of the season, which is 4. Put 2.5 games with a separation between these two clubs. Did he go? No, says Mike DeMuro, the third base umpire, and a full count. One out single by Frazier. He's the tying run down there at first against Mark Melancon, held by Sanchez. Pretty good call. Votto with an RBI earlier in the game, back in the first, his 20th of the year. On the move is Frazier, hit deep to center by Votto, but that is exactly where McCutchen is playing in, and Votto is retired. Phillips will be the batter. He brings us our Miller Time moment of the game, brought to you by Miller Lite. 1 year ago today at Great American Ballpark against the Pirates in the 13th inning. This chopper eludes both middle infielders. Plates Derek Robinson with the winning run, and a 2-1 Reds win again at GABP against Pittsburgh in the 13th. Now here he is with an opportunity to tie this game with an extra base hit, give the Reds the lead with a long ball. They trail 3-2 in the 8th.
Well, it'll take a long ball because it'll be difficult to hit a double here, especially where the Pirates outfielders are playing. They are playing Brandon Phillips about as deep as you can play here, and realistically think you're going to get a fly ball.
One ball, one strike. Phillips keeps it going. Bruce is on deck against Melancon. Phillips 1 for 6 lifetime against this right-hander. He worked an inning here on Tuesday night. Did not face Phillips. In fact, retired the Reds in order, getting Cozart, Heisey, and Hamilton in that inning. Now Melancon and the catcher Stewart need to get together. Reds trying to wrap up a 6-game road trip at 5 wins and a loss. To date, the only game in which they failed to win was the Saturday night game in Milwaukee when they led 1-0 going into the 7th, ultimately lost that game 4-2. Won here 6-5 on Tuesday night. Won last night 11-4. Trailed today 3-2. Headed toward the middle. Cut off by the shortstop, and they get the force out at second base on Todd Frazier. So the Reds fail in the 8th. They'll have one more crack at it in the 9th. For all of it, 30 minutes before the start of each Reds game on Reds Live, presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing, right here on your exclusive home of Reds baseball, Fox Sports Ohio. Yesterday's John Merrill hot dog play of the game turned in the bottom of the 7th inning by Billy Hamilton out in center field. That running, sliding catch of the ball hit by Andrew McCutchen. One of the many defensive gems the Reds have turned in this series and on this road trip. That's today's John Merrill hot dog play of the game. Logan Andrusuk, who worked a 1-2-3 uneventful 7th, back out there here in the bottom of the 8th to keep it a 1-run game. Josh Harrison leads it off. He's 0 for 3 in this one, trying to extend a hitting streak which sits at 5. Pedro Alvarez next, then Clint Barmas. The third on a hop, played by Frazier. Out number 1. Now we talked earlier about our AT&T fan photo of the game. Continue to send your photos using hashtag #OhioFanPhoto. But here's today's fan photo of the game. Stephanie, and behind Blue Eyes 27. Nice shot from Great American Ballpark. Thank you, Stephanie. AT&T fan photo of the game. Brian Price to the mound after Logan Andrusuk gets the leadoff hitter Josh Harrison. He will take the ball from the big man, and the Reds will make a change, and Manny Parra jogs in from the bullpen. American Ballpark. Game time is 7:10 against the Toronto Blue Jays. It's all presented by the Jeff Weiler Automotive family. You can get tickets by calling 513-381-REDS. You can visit select Kroger locations or go to Reds.com/tickets. Manny Parra comes into the game, and the Pirates counter with a pinch hitter for the lefty Pedro Alvarez, Jordy Mercer. This is an odd sort of a pinch hitting situation in that Alvarez is this big home run hitter. Mercer's a light hitting infielder, yet he comes on.
Well, evidently, you know, Alvarez has really been struggling, so you add the left-hander to that, and Pedro is 2 for 11 lifetime with 6 strikeouts against Manny Parra. Mercer's 1 for 3, so I'm not so sure it's just matchups. It's just maybe what Clint Hurdle feels like his best chance of getting a runner on here with 1 out.
Nice work by Logan Ondrusek, 1 1/3 innings.
He was cruising.
He looked good out there. Now we get Manny Parra. On deck for the Pirates is Clint Barmas. Pirates leading 3-2 here in the bottom of the 8th. And a 2-ball, 2-strike count. At the end of every road trip, we'd like to thank the folks that are involved in helping us bring you these telecasts on Fox Sports Ohio. This trip, no exception. Today's producer, producing all the games on this trip, Josh Hall, directed by Roy Alfers. Our associate producers in the truck, Matt Sigafus, Lauren White. Reds Live, produced back in Cincinnati by Kent Dreamweaver. Great work in the booth here in Pittsburgh by our stage manager. Made the trip over from Cincinnati, Jesse Jackson. Great stat work up here in Pittsburgh by Ryan Sheets. Coordinating producer for Reds Baseball, Bob Pennell. Executive producer of Fox Sports Ohio, Tom Farmer. Heisey handles this ball. Mercer is gone, 2 out. The batter will be Barmas. Clint has a couple of hits in this game, 2 for 3. Looking ahead to the Reds' 9th. Again, Grilly is throwing in the bullpen. That's down the right field line and fair. 3rd hit of the game for Clint Barmas. Came in hitting .227. Well, he's gone to that side of the field all 3 times.
They can't say exactly carbon copies, but very close to it. First time he got a base hit in the 5th inning, he laid one out there with a little, maybe a 56-degree sand wedge. That was more like about a 58-degree sand wedge, and right on the line it goes. He's got 3 hits all to the right side. He does have a stolen base too.
Actually, they didn't give him a steal on that.
They didn't. Oh, that's right. It was defensive indifference, even though Votto was holding him.
So here's Stewart with a runner on and 2 out. Again, looking ahead to that Reds' 9th inning, Bruce, Mesoraco, and Heisey, if anybody gets on Cozart. Reds have used their main bat off the bench in Ryan Ludwig today. Still have Pena there, still have Schumacher. And strike 1 to Stewart. Ondrusek retired Harrison, the leadoff hitter in this inning. Pitching change brought Parra in. He retired their pinch hitter, Mercer, on a fly ball to left. Barmas a flare single to right. Now Stewart. far ahead, 2 strikes. Stay with us. Remember, after the game, Reds Live post game brought to you by Performance Kings Honda. Get the first word out of the manager of the Reds, Brian Price. All coming up afterwards. Reds Live post game brought to you by Performance Kings Honda. From 0-2 now to 2-2 to Stewart. Pitcher spot is due next for the Pirates. They have Jose Tabata swinging a bat in the on deck area. Reds trying to keep this a 1-run contest into the 9th. Runner goes on a bit of a delay. Here's the throw. Got him at second base. Out is Barmes. Tag put on by Brandon Phillips on the throw from Devin Mesoraco. 2-4 on the caught stealing. Here comes the manager of the Pirates, Clint Hurdle, out of the dugout. He'll walk his way slowly out there. Now he turns around and heads back to the dugout. His man came up a little bit shy on the slide, so Reds leave the field. Caught stealing stands. And we go to the 9th. Pirates up 3-2. This one, they trail 3-2 going into the top of the 9th inning as the Pirates will bring on their closer, Jason Grilli. Chris, we received an interesting email an inning or so ago from Major League Baseball and Joe Torre, who is the Vice President of Baseball Operations, regarding feedback of that play at the plate last night, the force out when Mesoraco slid in. Here's a look at it. Pimentel made a good play, as did the catcher, Martin.
Now, upon review, what Major League Baseball did back in New York, they looked at this and they said that Martin violated the block the plate without the ball rule. They ruled him safe, of course, to the protests of the Pirates. In fact, Clint Hurdle, the manager, went out and argued he's not allowed to do that. He was ejected from the ball game. The Pirates broadcasters, both on radio and television, were loud and
boisterous about
the whole thing as well. And essentially what's happened today is the Major League Baseball has issued a statement from Joe Torre's office that say that they got the call wrong.
And they said in effect that Martin was in violation of Rule 7.13 that does not allow you to block the plate without the baseball. And again, after review and on the force play, they said after evaluating the play and the details of the review, we recognize that this play was not the type that should have resulted in a violation of Rule 7.13.
Well, as it turned out, it didn't really have much of an effect on the ball game. It was a blowout win in favor of the Reds anyway. That may have added a couple of runs, but it didn't determine the winner or loser in that game. But I think going forward, Major League Baseball will take a look at that particular play.
Bruce hits it hard into center field. On the move, McCutchen, and he'll get there to haul it in.
And they will review that play and probably come up with some language that would help those umpires who sit in Major League Baseball Central Control to help evaluate a play that is similar to that going down the line.
Well, we'll talk more about that on the postgame show. Reds live. Meanwhile, here the Reds trying to get back in this thing, trailing 3-2, ninth inning, trying to complete the sweep. Trying to complete a 5-1 road trip. Devin Mesoraco 0 for 2. Wouldn't he like to come up with something big here, celebrating his 26th birthday? Walked his last time in the 7th. That was against Tony Watson. Was moved along on a base hit by Cozart, but the pinch hitter Ludwig grounded out. Hit hard by Mesoraco. Down the left field line. Game is tied 3-3 on a home run in the 9th inning by Devin Mesoraco. His 10th of the year. What a birthday present indeed right there against Jason Grilli. I guess you just have to ask for it.
Well, they're dancing in the streets in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania now. A line drive that goes out of here that ties that ball game, breathes new life into that Reds dugout. And man, oh man, to do that on your birthday, that is something special. Boy, he hung it right there in his wheelhouse.
Big time charge into that ball by Mesoraco. Second blown save in the last 3 outings for Jason Grilli. New life in this game for the Reds as Mesoraco comes up with the big home run. Now Heisey is 0 for 3. Hit his first big league home run in this ballpark. Lays on pretty good wood into it here into center, but McCutchen is there, barely has to move and makes the grab. 2 out. Devin Mesoraco is 10th of the year. He has not had the greatest month of June. Let's hope maybe that's the beginning of a little bit of a turnaround for him. 29th RBI. Takes Bailey off the hook for the loss in this game. Jonathan Broxton, the right-hander. Aroldis Chapman, left-hander. Throwing in the Reds bullpen. Cozart into left center field, and that will fall for a base hit. Cozart going for 2. He'll get there with a double. Boy, you talk about deep defensively. These Pirates, Marte was almost against the warning track. McCutchen way out there as well. The Reds benefit from it there.
Yeah, it's funny that they played so deep that they gave an opportunity for a double on a ball that would hit in front of the outfielder, almost like a Coors Field double where the ball goes out there and dies. But Marte was hugging that warning track, and he's got to come a long way for that. Does try to make a diving catch that would end the inning. So what the Pirates did not want was a runner at second base. The Reds get that, and they will send up a pinch hitter.
Brian Pena will bat for Manny Parra, who goes 2/3 of an inning. It could give the Reds the lead. If it stays the way it is, we'll see Broxton. If the Reds take the lead, we will see Chapman in the bottom of the 9th inning. Brian Pena at .255 on the year with 3 home runs, driven in 14, 2 for 7 as a pinch hitter this year with a pinch hit home run. Hit that earlier in May against Jim Henderson of the Milwaukee Brewers. Don't need that here with 2 out. Cozart will be on the move on contact. Pena started, caught the game here on Tuesday, was 0 for 4. Tough go of it lately for Brian. 3 for his last 29. Boy, he could deliver a big hit for the Reds right here in the 9th. 3-3 game thanks to the Devin Mesoraco 1-out home run against Jason Grilli. Now 2-2. Fourth blown save total on the year by Grilli. Mesoraco took him deep to left. Pena stays alive. This is the kind of game that earlier in the year you'd give the Reds no chance to come back and win, but now you feel good about it.
And it's a momentum game too. And a lot of times the team with the most momentum coming in, the ones that believe in themselves, are the ones that end up on top. And right now you've got to figure that's the Reds, the way they've dominated the Pirates, especially here at PNC.
Now from 0-2 to 3-2 to Brian Pena with Billy Hamilton next. Pena shoots one out to right, but it's going to be caught out there by Polanco. Hit hard, but out into right. This ball by Mesoraco ties the game headed into the bottom of the 9th here in Pittsburgh. brought to you by Chevy. Visit your Tri-State Chevy dealer today. And by Cincinnati Children's Hospital, who ranks 3rd in the country on U.S. News and World Report's 2014 Best Children's Hospitals. And we had a Reds early lead. We had the Pirates taking the lead. We had a 35-minute rain delay. We had a dramatic home run off the bat of Devin Mesoraco in the top of the 9th. Now here the Reds have done well, as you can see. 9-3 in their last 12 games here at PNC Park. Heading into the bottom of the 9th, tied 3-3. Mesoraco's 10th home run of the year gives Broxton an opportunity to work in a 3-3 game as the 5th pitcher of this one for Cincinnati. Boy, this guy has been lights out. Chris Stewart was at the plate when Barmas was thrown out stealing in the 8th inning. Leads it off here in the 9th. On the off day Monday, Jonathan Broxton celebrated his 30th birthday. Last worked on Friday in Milwaukee. So we see Broxton for the first time in this series. Second time on the road trip. Trying to get the leadoff man. He falls behind 2-1 to Stewart. Pitcher spot Grilly is due next. Travis Snyder made his first major league pitching and first professional pitching appearance in the game last night. Waits on deck to pinch hit. Now it's 3-1. 3-7-0 for the Reds, who've stranded 6. 3-10-1 with 7 left for the Pirates. And ball 4. If the Reds could get this game to extra innings, not only because they have the momentum, but you have to feel good about their chances for 2 reasons. A, they have yet to use Tony Cingrani, who could go out there and give them conceivably 4 or 5 innings in a long game, where the Pirates don't have that benefit, seeing as they used Stolmy Pimentel, their long guy, for 4 1/3 last night.
You're right. That is one advantage. But the other thing that you have to consider is the Reds have burned 2 pitchers in this ball game just with 1/3 of an inning appearance each. Sam LeCure came in with the bases loaded, got out of that. Manny Parra pitched 1/3 of an inning in relief of Andrusik. But of course, at that time, you don't know if you're Brian Price that this game is going extras. We still don't know.
Well, the other part of that is that if the Reds could get the lead, they still have, of course, the big man Chapman on the back end to close things out. And how incredibly well he has done this year.
The Reds have to be expecting a bunt right here, and if it's a bad bunt, remember that Stewart's a catcher, and you may have a chance to get the lead runner here with a good defensive play.
By far the most used pinch hitter for the Pirates is this man, Travis Snyder. 9 for 20, pardon me, 9 for 30 with a pinch hit home run this year. Here in the game last night as a pinch hitter, then stayed in and pitched. That was in the 8th inning when he grounded out. Then he went on and pitched the 9th. Walk given to Stewart, only the 2nd walk issued by the Reds today.
Now, I can tell you one thing from watching Jonathan Broxton pitch today. His normal fastball is over 92 miles an hour. I mean, he's not up to where he used to be when he was closing games for the Dodgers in the high 90s, but he's always been around 92, 93, sometimes 94. He's going about 89 today. He's always had very good control of his slider so far, which is one reason why his run this year has been so impressive. He's pitched 21 2/3 innings, and he's given up 8 hits.
Toward center, Hamilton back. Billy still going back, near the wall, jumps up, makes the catch, takes an extra base hit and maybe a winning hit away from Travis Snyder, and they come close, but cannot double up the runner Stewart at first. Billy Hamilton does the job again in center field.
Incredible play right here for Hamilton. This ball was well struck and just kept going and going and going. And Hamilton busted hard against that center field wall. Take another look.
What a great read on that ball by Billy Hamilton. You're talking about a guy who did not play the outfield until the Arizona Fall League of 2012. You'd think he'd played it his entire life. Meanwhile, Brian Price has come out.
Well, those are the spike marks in the wall that Billy Hamilton left after he leaped up against it. He banged very hard. In fact, he bent over there for just a moment, kind of give himself a breather, and he's getting a little extra breather right here. As Brian Price originally went out to the first base umpire, Jerry Lane, and said, hey, we're thinking about a review right here. When he got the thumbs down from Jay Bell that they did not have conclusive evidence to try to overturn that double play attempt, Price goes in. So that may have been a ploy by Price just to give Hamilton a breather out there.
Boy, this guy is something special out there, Billy Hamilton.
Well, we knew that when he came to the major leagues this year, we would be talking about his speed, his stolen bases, how he makes things different when he gets on base, but his defense is probably one of the most impressive things we've seen.
Here now is Gregory Polanco. 2 hits, 4 trips today. Stewart at first with 1 out. Hard to double up this guy with very good speed and out of the left side of the box. One ball and 1 strike. Well, you've got to believe that Travis Snyder, who hit the ball, Clint Hurl, the manager, and his coaches in the dugout, thought that ball by Snyder was going to be, if not a game winner, certainly put the Pirates in a position to have runners at second and third. Hamilton robbed them of that with a tremendous catch up against the wall, just to the right out there, the Reds bullpen area. Reds can weather this here in the bottom of the 9th. They will have the top of the order up in the 10th inning. Broxton now an errant one away from moving that winning run into scoring position. The dangerous Starling Marte waiting next. Leadoff walk to Stewart. And that terrific play in center by Hamilton. Now 3-1 to Polanco. Down the right field line, but foul out in front of that one. Full count. Mesoraco going to hand deliver this baseball to JB.
Boy, there have been some hard hit balls this last inning. The Reds hit 3 of them right on the button, of course, including that Mesoraco home run. The ball hit by Travis Snyder sends Billy Hamilton all the way off the center field wall. That ball was a rocket shot down the right field line, but foul. All of a sudden, there's a lot of blistering going on.
Runner on the move. Phillips will field this ground ball. Throw out Polanco. And now with Stewart running on that ball, he's in scoring position with 2 out for Marte. Marte 1 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts in this game. Stewart carries the winning run. He leads away at second. Now you've got McCutchen on deck. Even though you have a base open, you do not want to face the reigning MVP. Foul ball goes into the upper deck down the left field side. Ball on the strike.
You think that guy up there ever thought that he would get a souvenir baseball hit up to him today?
Gets that breaking ball in there and now is ahead of Marte 1-2. Trying to work his way around the leadoff walk is Jonathan Broxton. Send this game into the 10th. Hudson hopes he gets a chance, but what he's really hoping for is that Marte ends it here. 3. So from 1-2 to 3-2. Jonathan Broxton, slow, deliberate worker. Back to the back of the mound he goes, to the rosin bag. Back to the hill. Both managers looking on from their respective dugouts. Now the big man will look in and get the sign. Ball 4. Had him at 1-2 and lost him. Here comes Brian Price out of the dugout.
I got a feel that he doesn't really like what he sees out of Jonathan Broxton. Maybe they've been tipped on something before the ball game that he's just not feeling up to snuff one way or another. But he is wasting no time. He's going to bring in a Aroldis Chapman.
Chapman will emerge from the dugout out in the right center field corner. Jonathan Broxton gets 2 outs, walks 2 batters, leaves the game, and Aroldis Chapman. This will be a classic matchup. Chapman against Andrew McCutchen here in Pittsburgh when we come back. Who's added a changeup this year that's made him more devastating than in the past against the reigning National League MVP in Andrew McCutchen, who's one of the top clutch hitters in the game. Can you get any better matchup?
Well, you're right about that. And not only the hardest thrower versus the MVP, but the hardest thrower to perhaps the hitter in baseball with the fastest hands. McCutchen can hit a fastball, just about anybody's fastball. He is 2 for 5 lifetime, 400 batting average against Chapman. And it all comes down to this.
Pinch runner out at second base is Jose Tabata, carrying the winning run for Chris Stewart. Chapman against McCutchen. Ball 1. McCutchen hit that ball into right center field his last time. That came against Andrusik, and a sliding catch took a hit away by Billy Hamilton, who's been all over the place in the outfield today. Ball and a strike. McCutchen in this game is 1 for 4.
Little slider right on the inside corner.
Three game, bottom of the 9th. Got it by him there at 1-0-1. 1-2. Chapman saved the game here on Tuesday. Did not face McCutchen in that game. Trying to get him here. And he does. Called third strike. Changeup at 88 miles an hour over the heart of the plate. And we will go to extra innings. Right over the heart of the plate. McCutchen took it. He knew it. Chapman does his job. Billy Hamilton, what a play he made on the ball hit by Travis Snyder. And he will lead things off come the top of the 10th. By Jack Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. New pitcher on, amongst other changes by the Pirates, is the right-hander Jared Hughes.
Out of Long Beach State, Jared Hughes in his 4th major league season. He was in 29 games last year, 66 the year before. All for the Pirates. Right-hander with a 3-2 record.
He gets the top of the Reds order. That means Billy Hamilton, Todd Frazier, Joey Votto. Reds playing in their 5th extra inning game. They've won 2, lost 2. Pirates number 8. They've won 3, lost 4. Reds get the run they need in the top of the 9th to tie it on the home run ball by Mesoraco. And then battle the way through the bottom of the 9th. A little bit of wildness by Jonathan Broxton. And a classic matchup of Chapman against McCutchen, of which Chapman gets the better of him on a called third strike, sending this game to extra frames. Russell Martin takes over behind the plate for the Pirates. Tabata had come in to run for Stewart. Billy hits it down the left field line, slicing foul. Jason Grilli, 1 inning, 1 run, 2 hits, a blown save. Jonathan Broxton, 2/3 of an inning, 2 walks.
Yeah, the Pirates blew last year when they won 94 ball games, only 15 saves all year long. They have already blown 14 here on the 19th of June.
Yeah, we're still a week and a half away from the midway point of the season. Hamilton trying to get on to start the 10th. Shoots it that same way down the left field line.
And you see why they're playing him that way. Starling Marte really shallow and over towards that left field line in case Billy wants to bloop one in there.
Then on once today, doubled to start the game and scored. Pulls it on the ground to Harrison. Hamilton has gone 4-3. So the batter now is Frazier, who's on twice with a couple of hits. Just missed with that 0-2 pitch. Fifth pitcher of the game for the Pirates is Hughes as Frazier tries to get something going. First time the Reds have seen Hughes in this series. Depending on the length of this game, you have to wonder about the Pirate bullpen. They have 3 pitchers that they have not used. One lefty, Justin Wilson. Genmar Gomez, who has worked in each of the last 2 games. And then there's Stolmy Pimentel, who went 4 1/3 innings last night. On the Red side of things, Tony Cingrani sitting out there. Flare towards center field. Long run McCutchen. He can't get it. And that's a 1-out single. The 3rd straight hit for Todd Frazier in this game. And that's the go-ahead run. And that's the benefit, a hit there of that deep positioning by the Pirates.
No, that's what they're willing to give up, though. What they don't want to give up is a runner in the scoring position where a simple base hit would score and possibly the go-ahead run. So they'll give up the single, but they will not give up the double. You know, you start evaluating these bullpens, and they're both beleaguered at this point. The only one available down there in the Reds bullpen is Tony Cingrani.
Ball outside to Votto. Boy, he had a big home run here last year. Remember, late in the season against Kyle Farnsworth. This was on the 20th of September. Won the game by the Reds 6-5. Gave them the lead. They hung on to win the game. That was the first game of that big 3-game series. Another drive to center by Votto. McCutchen is there. That is 2 in a row that he has sent to the wall in center field, which McCutchen has handled.
Both home runs in the friendly confines of Great American Ballpark.
No doubt about it. 2 out for Phillips. Still at first base is Frazier. Phillips today hitless, 0 for 4. Phillips had a lot of success against Hughes. He's 4 for 6 lifetime. Frazier steps off. They throw to second. They've got Todd in a rundown. And Sanchez puts the tag on. There goes 164. Pardon me, 163. Caught stealing Frazier. We go to the bottom of the 10th, tied at 3. Pittsburgh in the wrap-up of this 3-game series. Here's that last play with Frazier taking off. He's been successful at this year, but not this time. Pirates handle it well with Hughes giving the ball. Actually, that was the second baseman Barmas, and then to Sanchez. So 1-4-3. I said 1-6. 1-4-3 caught stealing. Back to the mound for the Reds is Chapman. He'll get Gabby Sanchez, Josh Harrison, then Jordy Mercer. 3-3, bottom of the 10th. Sanchez 0 for 5. There you see it. 4 Ks against Chapman. Way back in the bottom of the 6th inning, we had a 35-minute rain delay here at PNC Park. That was right after the Pirates had scored 3 in the bottom of the 5th to take the lead at 3-2. Mesoraco's homer in the top of the 9th tied it. Did he go around? He did, according to Mike Estabrook. Sanchez strikes out for the 5th time in 6 at-bats against Chapman. So it's Josh Harrison. 0 for 4 with 3 ground outs today. Bounces in there, that one from Chapman, and a 2-0 count.
About a 2-0 changeup from a guy that throws 101 miles an hour.
Didn't really have a changeup that he used prior to this year.
You know, when they originally signed him, they talked about that changeup being his best secondary pitch. And then when they put him in the bullpen, they decided to have him work on that slider, and that's been his only secondary pitch until this year. And he pulled that changeup back out of his bag, and man, what a pitch it has been.
And it's fallen behind here, 3-1. Taking a look back, the Reds have not played an extra inning game since the 19th of May up in Washington, when they played 15, won that one 3-2. Reds won that game, but what I remember most about that one was the incredible defensive plays, one by Phillips, one by Hamilton in extra innings. Cingrani throwing in the bullpen. Reds ultimately won that one on a 2-run homer in the 15th by Todd Frazier. Slicing down the right field side and out of play. He announced a crowd here today of over 30,000. 30,710, the largest crowd of the 3 days the Reds have been here. While it's still overcast, it doesn't appear to be any further threat of rain, at least in the immediate future here in Pittsburgh. Harrison continues to work it with Chapman out on the mound. Fouled off 4 consecutive pitches. Sanchez struck out to start the inning. Harrison now, Mercer next. Bottom of the 10th. Got him on an off-speed pitch.
They're very aware that Josh Harrison can hit a fastball, and to be able to dial that up on a 3-2 pitch after already throwing a 2-ball and no strike changeup. That changeup that Aroldis Chapman has added has created a whole new animal out there, and a whole new problem for National League hitters.
Now he'll deal here with Jordy Mercer, trying to go an inning and a third in this game. The only other time this year that he worked more than an inning was that extra inning game I was talking about in Washington, that 15-inning game. He worked 2 innings in that one. Been a 1-inning guy. Brian Price said in the offseason that we'd see more of Chapman working multiple innings. That really hasn't happened. He did it twice last year. This will be the second time this year.
Well, Cingrani, the Lone Ranger down there in that bullpen, is warming up right now. It'll be interesting to see what happens if the Reds are able to retire the final out in this inning and then score a run, whether they run Chapman out there again.
Well, that would be interesting. Reds would have up 4, 5, 6 in the 11th inning should it get that far. Got it. Another off-speed pitch. 3 strikeouts in the frame. 4 batters faced, all retired by Aroldis Chapman, and we will go to the 11th. Extra innings presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. These two teams engaged in a tight one here. 3-3 into the 11th inning. They played 1 one-run game earlier in this series. That was the Reds 6-5 win on Tuesday night. These teams have had a propensity for one-run games this year. Reds started off terribly in that department. Pittsburgh is a .500 club, 15-15 in that stat. Phillips leads it off here in the 11th. Bruce and Mesoraco to follow. Jared Hughes back out there, second inning of work. Brandon was at the plate when Frazier was caught stealing, tried a bit of a delayed steal, handled well by Hughes, with the first baseman Sanchez putting on the tag. Here he is to start the 11th. And he gets ahead 2-0. Without a hit in this game, Brandon brought a 5-game hitting streak into this one. He hits this one hard in the left center, and McCutchen runs it down. This is what I'm talking about in terms of one-run games. The Reds have played 30 of them. The Reds right there at 27, second in Major League Baseball. After a terrible start in one-run games, they win one today, they'd be 500.
You know, sometimes that determines the success or failure of your season. But as you play more and more, it seems like you're trending towards that 500 level. If you're a 500 team, you probably play pretty close to 500 in your one-run games.
Bruce in this game 0 for 3 with a sacrifice fly. Mesoraco on deck. Hard hit. Second baseman Barmes will make the play. Boy, they've hit some hard hit balls. Votto's liner, Phillips liner. This one on the ground by Bruce. This is the reason the Reds are still playing. Mesoraco's home run in the 9th inning, his 10th of the year. Tied the game at 3. Check swing and a roller. Sanchez takes it himself. Reds go in order in the 11th. First time they've gone in order since the 3rd inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 11th. about a little game summary for you. This 3-3 contest. This hit by McCutchen into center field in the 5th inning. Played in the 3rd Pirate run of that frame. It was Polanco. Gave them a 3-2 lead, but that blast off the bat of Devin Mesoraco with 1 out in the 9th. His 10th home run of the year. Tied this game at 3. Travis Snyder, he thought he'd won this game in the bottom of the 9th inning, but Billy Hamilton takes a hit off the wall and potentially a game-winning hit away from Snyder, climbing the green wall out there in left center. Reds were able to get through that ultimately with a strikeout of McCutchen by Aroldis Chapman. And now here we are into the bottom of the 11th, and at least in this game, a little bit of a secret weapon here in Tony Cingrani.
You're right. He's about the only arm rested out there in either bullpen. The Reds do have J.J. Hoover still out in the bullpen, but he pitched last night. Cingrani, converted starter. He got moved to the bullpen when Matt Latos came back off the disabled list, and Sean Marshall went to the list. So as a former starter, you got to, and it hasn't been all that long for Cingrani. You got to figure he would be able to give the Reds multiple innings if he can throw up some zeros.
He faces Clint Barmas to start this inning. He's made 1 relief appearance since being put into the bullpen with the addition of Matt Latos. That was against the Brewers in that game on Sunday. Into the left field corner and off the wall by Barmas. Hit the base of the wall. Heisey gets it back in. Barmas has his 4th hit of this game, and it's a leadoff double.
Yeah, really the first one that Clint Barmas had any authority behind, but he squares this one up very nicely. Remember, it was Barmas that almost ended it the other night by pushing Heisey all the way back to the left field wall before Heisey made a game-saving catch. That time all he could do is field it off the bounce, and a leadoff double changes the entire inning now defensively for the Reds.
It ties a career high for Barmas. 4 hits in a game. Russell Martin, who caught the first 2 games of this series, came on earlier as part of a double switch. Bats for the first time. Last night he was 0 for 3 in the series. He's 1 for 5. Cingrani made a start over here in Pittsburgh on the 24th of April, allowing 1 run in 6 innings in a 2-1 Reds win. The only time he has faced the Pirates this year. Winning run at second, bottom of the 11th, nobody out. Cingrani really has his work cut out for him here if he's to get through this. Now he's at 2-0.
Better keep an eye on Barmas. Really, none of the infielders are trying to jockey him back. Now Brandon's coming over, but
Bruce chasing this one that gets out of play.
Maybe not a threat to steal because he doesn't have great speed, but with nobody out, maybe it doesn't make some sense, but he's just a very smart, gamey player. And he's the kind of guy to take advantage of it if you give it to him.
Barmas carries the winning run out at second. Ike Davis, as a pinch hitter, waits on deck. Three and one. Cingrani's relief appearance on Sunday in Milwaukee included 2 innings worth of work. Remember, he walked the first batter he faced in that appearance, then retired 6 in a row. Here he gives up a leadoff double to Barmas. Now he's 3 and 1 to Russell Martin. And he walks him on 5 pitches. So the first 2 have reached. A Double and a walk. Ike Davis will be announced as a pinch hitter for Jared Hughes. Now instead of Davis being announced, Vance Worley, with 2 on and nobody out, has come out of the dugout, and he's going to bat for Hughes to move the runners over. Worley, the former Philly, moved into the starting rotation down in Miami due to the injury situation that this Pirate team has endured. Worley 0 for 3 this year.
Yeah, the Reds look like they're going to play the basic play, which is Frazier comes in from third. Now they're going to do the swing play and see if Worley will bunt into a trap. And the key to that swing play is the pitcher has to throw a strike and Cingrani misses outside. Swing play is this. That's a shortstop. He takes off from his position, runs over and covers third base. And the third baseman comes in, the first baseman charges, the pitcher charges, and if a ball is laid down on the ground, there's a good chance you get the lead runner.
With all predicated on a strike.
Got to throw a strike. Again.
There's a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike.
The Reds realize how important it is to keep that runner off third base. That's why they are playing that wheel play. Now, the one way to beat it, if you're an aggressive enough base runner, is you just take off along with the shortstop. Armas once had 13 steals in a year. He has not only had 1 this year, did not steal any last year.
Bad attempt at a bunt there by Worley, and now he's in the hole 1 and 2. Worley's the former Philly, former 11-game winner with them. Takes a ball inside. Last year, it's been an injury-plagued season with Minnesota. Purchased by the Pirates from the Twins in late spring training this year. He was part of that Ben Revere trade, Minnesota and Philadelphia. He bunts it foul with 2 strikes, and he is out. So that does not work for Clint Hurdle.
Now, one of the things you worry about when you bring a starter in an extra inning ball game, hoping to get some long innings, is what he will do in the first inning. And so far, Tony Cingrani, like a lot of starters around the major leagues, has sometimes a tough time getting going. Opponent batting averages way higher on Cingrani in the first inning than any other. This year is 346, giving up 3 home runs and 10 ribbies, all in the first.
This is a first. Polanco versus Cingrani. Lefty-lefty matchup. Winning run for the Pirates is out at second, and Barmas 1 out. Popped him up. Shallows. Well, it's going to be behind short, and it's going to be caught by Cozart. So we got Polanco out in front. 2 out. Now we'll deal with Starling Marte. They had a chance in the 9th inning with a runner at second and 2 out, drew a walk. Now here he is in the 11th. Runners at first and second, 2 out. Ronnie gets a strike in there. He was in trouble early. He gave up the double to Barmes and the walk to Martin. But he gets the pinch hitter Worley bunting on a 3rd strike, trying to move the runners along. And he gets the pop up by Polanco. And now he's ahead 2 strikes to Marte. Two on, 2 out, bottom of the 11th. Pirates trying to salvage a game in this series. Reds looking for their first series sweep. Now from 0-2 to 2-2. Trying to get above the 500 mark, somewhere the Reds have not been this year. The Milwaukee game is underway now at Arizona. In fact, they're in the 5th. Brewers lead 2-0. Ball 3. Well, the Reds have dealt with McCutchen at the plate trying to win the game in the 9th inning. Got by with that. You'd hate to have to face that situation again. He's on deck. That's the winning run out at second base. Barmes. Grani be due up 3rd in the 12th inning if he can get it there. He was ahead 0-2. He goes to 3-2 to Marte. Then Marte fouls one away. Now he gets set for another one here.
Runners go right here.
They're off and a foul ball. Cingrani ready again. Just as he was ready to go, Mike Estabrook grants time to Marte. Tony regroups out there. Struck him out. Tony Cingrani works around the first 2 on in the inning, gets a strikeout of Marte, and sends this game to inning number 12 here in Pittsburgh. great gather in Minnesota as the captain, Derek Jeter, takes the field in his last All-Star game ever in what promises to be an emotional and unforgettable night. Special coverage begins at 4:30 on Fox Sports 1, followed by the 2014 All-Star Game at 7:30 on Fox. Home Run Derby is the day before, Monday night. Catch that on ESPN. And the All-Star Game on Tuesday night. You can vote. All-Star voting on MLB.com goes through July the 3rd, so you still have a couple of weeks. New pitcher on, another lefty, Justin Wilson. Second of the two lefties they have in their bullpen. He gets Heisey to start the 12th. Pittsburgh has but one player left on their bench. That's Ike Davis, who was going to pinch hit until Martin walked, and then Clint Hurdle decided to pull Davis back, send Vance Worley up, hoping to move those runners along. It is raining again here in Pittsburgh, as you can hear. Foul tip into the glove of Martin. Heisey is a strikeout victim. That'll bring Kozak to the plate. Tony Cingrani wiggled out of that jam in the bottom of the 11th, is on deck. We figured to see him for a while if this game goes on.
Oh, you're right about that.
Zach been on 3 times in this game, a walk and a pair of hits. Harrison is right on top of the bag at third base, guarding against a double down the line. Right at the shortstop, Mercer, and there are 2 out. So Cingrani will come up there. Tony this year has 3 hits and 20 tries. He'll make contact most of the time.
And he'll also lay down a bunt. And I think that the Pirates know that. They're going to bring Josh Harrison in from third base a little bit, at least even with the bag. And the same for Ike Davis at first. Is that Davis over there, or is that Gabby Sanchez still in the game?
That's Gabby. So here's Cingrani, lefty against lefty, and he wants to bunt and does right back to the mound, and Wilson will throw him out. So for the second inning in a row, the Reds go in order. Cingrani back to the hill, bottom of the 12th. McCutchen, Andrew McCutchen will lead it off. Roberto Clemente Bridge back toward the downtown area here in Pittsburgh. Part of the 30,000 plus that came out for this game, the final game of this series. But there are still those faithful wanting to watch Andrew McCutchen and his Pirates pull out something here. Don't mean to disappoint you, young man, but we hope it goes the other way. Tony Cingrani worked out of a jam in the bottom of the 11th and now deals with the best the Pirates have to offer. Andrew McCutchen to lead things off. McCutchen has 2 at-bats, 1 hit lifetime against Cingrani. In this game, he's 1 for 5. With the rain coming down, he starts things off in the bottom of the 12th. First pitch swinging. Hamilton back there. He'll have room. A long out to start the bottom of the 12th. That'll bring Gabby Sanchez to the plate. Gabby in this game a hit way back in the 4th. 1 for 5. Remember, the Reds are back home tomorrow night. Start of a 3-game series at Great American Ballpark against the Toronto Blue Jays. Toronto playing later on in New York against the Yankees. Extra innings being played here because of the home run by Devin Mesoraco against Jason Grilli, the Pirate closer, in the top of the 9th inning, his 10th home run of the year. Into the left field corner, and a hit by Sanchez. Well, the Pirates put the winning run on again. They had a chance in the 9th to win it. Chance in the 11th to win it. Went down in order in the 10th against Chapman with 3 strikeouts. Now put the winning run on with 1 out in the bottom of the 12th. That'll bring the third baseman of the Pirates, Josh Harrison, to the plate. Started at second base. Moved over to third. He's 0 for 5. Just a light rain falling. They could play through this rain probably for an extended period of time. The first, they got him picked off, and they call a
balk on him.
Balk called against Cingrani by Jerry Lane. Here comes Brian Price out of the dugout.
You can't argue a balk, but you can ask what he did. And I think that's probably what Brian Price, he's going to say, don't even come out here. He's waving him off. He says, nope, you're not allowed to argue it. You're not allowed to discuss it. And that's.
Here's a look at it.
It looks like he stepped to first base. Maybe from that, we haven't really seen the angle that Jerry Lane saw. Maybe he said he didn't step enough towards first base.
It did not appear to look any different than his normal move, did it to you?
You're right. That's one of the few subjective things left that umpires have to call. Not subject to review.
Second balk called against the Reds today. Remember, Bailey had one called against him that forced in a run back in the 5th inning. Now they're going to walk Harrison intentionally. Set up a potential double play ball with Jordy Mercer coming to the plate. Here's another look from third.
Yeah, I can, at least from that angle, it appears that he probably steps more towards home than throws to first. Gary Lane's a veteran umpire who's been around a long time, and has seen good moves, bad moves, and balk moves.
So is that part of the new rules implemented this year about arguing a balk?
Well, no, that's been in effect for quite a while.
Because you see it a lot, but now they wave them off.
Well, I think what reason Major League Baseball eliminated the discussion about a balk is that a manager could go out and say, well, what did he do? And then if he didn't like the explanation that he got, and then it ensues into an argument.
We did see Mike Estabrook kind of hit his calf or his thigh when Brian Price came out of the dugout indicating something with his leg. Either way,
unless they called him for hanging his leg there, and you're not allowed to just lift your leg and hang. You've got to stay with your normal pitching motion and either step to first or step to home, but you have to throw where you step.
And we'll try to find that out later on tonight. Meanwhile, the Pirates have another golden opportunity. 2 on with 1 out. Jordy Mercer, who's 0 for 2 since coming on as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning for Pedro Alvarez, has the opportunity. Winning run is Gabby Sanchez at second. The dangerous Andrew McCutchen flied out on the first pitch of this inning. Gabby Sanchez singled to center. Then a balk was called, and it appeared Cingrani had picked off Sanchez at first. Then the intentional walk to Harrison. Now a 2-2 count on Mercer. Foul tip and hung on to by Mesoraco. So Mercer sent packing to the dugout. Third strikeout by Tony.
Well, that was Cingrani's main weapon last inning when he got out of that jam that he was in with a couple of runners on with 2 strikeouts. A couple of strikeouts of Worley trying to bunt. An end of inning strikeout against Starling Marte and a pop up in the infield.
Well, now it's Clint Barmas, who has tied a career high with 4 hits in this game, and he barely budges out of the way of that ball, which came in on him, and he's hit by the pitch.
Now that's one of the other judgment calls that is left out there for umpires to make, and rarely do you ever see it called that the batter did not try to get out of the way or even tried to be intentionally hit. And those guys that wear the padding on their arms are the ones that are most guilty, obviously.
You will see it, and I've seen it on the College World Series this year, where the umpire did not let a batter take first base because he felt he didn't move. But you rarely have ever seen it like you say in pro ball. Brian Price out to discuss it with Mike Estabrook. Now it's Russell Martin. His lone plate appearance in this game, a walk in the 11th inning. Now here he is in the 12th. Bases loaded, 2 out. Cingrani worked around 2 on, nobody out in the 11th. Now needs to get it out with the bases loaded in the 12th. And he's halfway to drawing a bases loaded walk. Tony was not close on either of those pitches. 2-0. Two and one, right down the heart of the plate. The balk sent Sanchez into scoring position. The hit batsman of Barmas moved him over to third after the intentional walk to Harrison. And there's no wiggle room here for Cingrani. Three and one.
Don't aim it.
Ball 4. It misses low. Sanchez will touch the plate, scoring the winning run. And the Pirates avoid being swept by the Reds on a walk to win it by Russell Martin in the bottom of the 12th inning. Final score, Pittsburgh 4 and the Reds 3 on this rainy Thursday afternoon here at PNC Park.
About the most unsatisfying way to lose a ball game. Not that any way is a good way, but a walk-off victory on a walk is about the worst. And I think what is really perplexing the Reds here is what was the call on the balk by Tony Cingrani. Jerry Lane at first base. Jeff Pico went halfway out of that dugout over to Jerry Lane, and Jerry Lane goes into a tunnel that is on the other side of the Pirates dugout over by third base. So never had a chance to get an explanation. And a little unfinished business here in Pittsburgh.
Now the Pirates win it in 12 by a final score of 4-3. Our Nissan drive of the game gave the Pirates their initial lead in the 5th inning off the bat of Andrew McCutchen with Homer Bailey on the mound. This dropped into center for a base hit in front of Billy Hamilton, scoring Polanco, making it 3-2 in favor of the Pirates. And then here's the walk-off walk that missed low by Cingrani on a 3-1 pitch to Martin. Here comes Gabby Sanchez to score the run, and the Pirates are a 4-3 winner, and the Reds fall back to one game under 500 at 35 and 36 on the year. Yet still a successful road trip at 4 wins and 2 losses to take 2 out of 3 at Milwaukee. They take 2 out of 3 here in Pittsburgh. Long afternoon, long series of baseball games here in Pittsburgh. Pirates in 12 win this one 4-3. Reds Live postgame presented by Performance Kings Honda next.